Rajadhav sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon from Nigeria.
My religion is simple, very simple. My religion is peace, love, compassion, and equality. I am every human being. I am a global citizen, and I would like to live and breathe free in an environment where there is peace minus any kind of discrimination. Hola, bonjour, konnichiwa, salute, ni hao, zadravo, zadrasi, marhaba, mabuhay, salam, and namaste. A big welcome to all of you, all the able excellencies, erudite, ladies and gentlemen, educators, brothers, sisters, chief guests, keynote speakers, expert panelists from all over the globe. This is the World Peace Summit 2022, organized by Vishwa Bharati United International Royal Council. Today is the 5th day of the summit, and we have been having insightful, impressive, and very ingenious kinds of sessions, lots of learning, lots of sharing, lots of solutions being provided to the Sustainable Development Goals from day 1 to day 4, goals 1 to 4. And today, we will be talking about Sustainable Development Goal 5. There will be thoughts shared, there will be deliberations, there will be answers to pertinent questions relating to Sustainable Development Goal number 5. And as they say, if you want peace, you need to work for justice. And when I say that, I mean that we need to work for a world where everyone enjoys their rights, everyone is free, everyone is happy. We need to make this planet a beautiful planet by breaking biases, by shattering stereotypes, and ensuring that everyone enjoys rights that are due to them. Well, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the only hope for humanity is peace. And peace always begins with a smile. So let's all smile and let's all begin the day, begin the program, begin the event with a smile, because we are going to be learning, sharing, deliberating, and there's going to be loads of takeaways. Well, a culture of peace will be achieved, where each one of us learn to respect cultural diversity, learn to understand that there are methods, that there are ways, by which to understand and resolve conflicts, and that too by non-violent methods. Well, before we begin, I would like to introduce to you the brains behind the magnum opus of the summit. It's an 18-day long summit. And we have two brains who have been working night and day, 24/7, to make the summit a success. I mean, we have got good wishes, blessings from honorable excellencies from all over the world, vice chancellors, presidents, prime ministers, and I think that is a tall feat. Well, first of all, I would like to invite on the virtual platform the man who needs no introduction, Honorable Dr. Raja Rao Pagidipali. He is the chairman of Vishwa Bharati United International Royal Council, the state chair of Human Rights Peace Foundation. He is the managing director of Times India Television, World Peace campaigner, social activist. He is a filmmaker and a loyal promoter of the culture and arts. And he will be telling us about and giving insights about the Summit 2022. Dr. Raja Rao, it's over to you. Thank you. Well, thank you so much. And your words were actually, you told me that my words infuse energy. I think your words did the same. I think that is why this virtual platform is infused with energy. There's a lot of radiance that's being, it's oozing exuberance. And I think that is what what sets the momentum for, Power Talks. Now, let me introduce to you, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, able excellencies, Dr. V.J.E. Caroline. She is a professor of English and Communication Studies, a counseling psychologist, international speaker, faculty advisor, innovation and entrepreneur cell, faculty advisor at Engineers Without Borders, chairman of the Life Foundation, managing director of Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council, soft skills trainer, and a TV speaker. And she's going to tell us.
Recording in progress.
Royal Council. Over to you, Dr. Caroline.
Thank you very much, Alka Mahajanji. Thank you for inviting me wholeheartedly. And when you are here, naturally the Zoom platform will be power packed. Thank you. Making the environment more jubilant. I'm Dr. Vijay Carlin, professor, counseling psychologist. Already introduction is given. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Namaste. It is a great day that Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council is conducting World Peace Summit 2022 on Zoom platform. This Zoom platform, whatever the activities we are declaring on Zoom, that will be conducted physically. Already we are carrying the activities physically in slum and other below poverty line areas. So whatever the SDG, United Nations has set up 17 sustainable development goals. Those goals has to be attained by 2030. We felt that it is not the responsibility of government, it is not the responsibility of prime ministers of different nations, presidents of different nations, and not the responsibility of the entrepreneurs and the educators. We felt that it is a responsibility of every citizen. If we all united and accomplish what the UN has set by 2030, we can accomplish very comfortably. That means we have to be united. Each drop gathers and turns up into ocean and sea. Similarly, we want every citizen of every nation to be united together and work for the accomplishment of Sustainable Development Goals from 1 to 17. And what the deadline or year they have given 2030, we know because of pandemic that the growth, the flourishment has turned back. It has taken a reverse turn. So we moved back 10 years. We are not moving ahead, but we are moving back. But it is a time where we have to be united and we have to work the growth of every nation, and we want to make our globe a flourished globe with all comforts. And we want to see that our younger generation can lead their life very peacefully. We know there is no peace. There is no peace in the mind and hearts of people. We have to bring some kind of awareness in the minds of the younger generation. We have to pat and say, we are here. We are going to support you. We are going to create the environment, a clean environment with all comforts, as they are our future generation, the citizens of every nation. That's why the World Council has set up this World Peace Summit and concentrating on sustainable development goals. What we say, that we want to implement. So I would like to introduce about our organization. Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council is established under Government of India Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013 to be the symbol of the unity and peace for all nations and dedicated to ending poverty by improving and empowering the lives of vulnerable populations around the world and spreading the culture of peace, harmony, and tolerance, which is very important. If you do not have the religious tolerance, if you do not have the racism, that race tolerance, that will create a kind of conflicts. That moves to unrest. The unrest creates a kind of chaos in the minds, in the lives of the people. So we, Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council, we want to establish peace and harmony in the minds, in the lives of the people. Especially we are concentrating on vulnerable generation, vulnerable population, the younger to youth, youth to aged. And we are concentrating on girl and boys equally. Our topic is gender equality. So Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council has two sister organizations. One is Telangana Kala Parishad, the other one is the Life Foundation. Peace and harmony can be established by great tolerance, and that can be established by cultural exchange. If we are able to bear the culture of one nation and accept it, invite it wholeheartedly, definitely there will be turned into a call, a Sanskrit Vasudhaiva Kutumbam. So we want all the nations to be gathered together and be as one family. Various cultures, different types of customs, but still we want to have exchange the culture and bring the importance of culture of every nation, and we want to teach the younger generation to have the tolerance of different culture, different heritage, and invite them and make it a richest globe with great peace. That is our motto. So Telangana Kala is mainly concentrating on the cultural exchange, establish harmony and peace in the minds of the people. So already the Telangana Kala Parishad, it is led by Dr. Raja Rao Pagdipalli. So he is already done, and he has been appreciated by every chief minister of different states of India and even the president of India. He was invited and they have discussed about how he is taking up Telangana Kala Parishad in maintaining peace, harmony, and also to have a great importance of culture of different nations, different race, different caste, different regions, different religion. We know different cultures. We have our India, especially a multicultural country. So we need to have a great patience and have a great broad understanding about different cultures, and we have to invite that. Telangana Kala Parishad already started, done, and still we are traveling. The other sister organization is the Life Foundation, which is led by me. I'm taking up the organization, the Life Foundation. I'm the chairman of the Life Foundation, and my organization mainly works for the people who are under below poverty line, who are struck with poverty. There is a great financial lackness. So I am concentrating on slums as well. The servant maids who are very poor servant maids who are working in different houses. And the Life Foundation moved to those areas, observe their lifestyle, and we have taken up so many awareness programs. And we have noticed in slums that 6 years, 8 years, girls have been raped and tortured, and they felt that they are going to observe that means the boys of that slum. So they are brutally killing the girls, that they may identify them and inform to parents. Why it has happened in the slums? Why they're raping young girls? Why they're killing innocent girls? As a counseling psychologist, I tried my best level to understand the psychology of the boys and the families in slum. I noticed that parents are least bothered. They are not aware of gender equality. They thought that boy is supreme. He can do anything. He has every right. So that led the idea of I am a man. I can do anything. Such kind of attitude has been developed, and they are much addicted to different types of bad habits and drugs, and they are badly, brutally killing the girls because of the male egoism. When I counseled the parents said only bluntly, they are boys. What time the boys of your house, your family? Anytime, they can come at any time. What about the girls? Girls are not supposed to go out after 6. We don't allow them to wear good dress. They have to be within the room. There is no gender equality, no education for girls. I educated girls and parents. Of course, male never turned up. Only women has mothers. They have turned up. They came to me, and I conducted so many awareness programs for women and boys and girls. Especially the Life Foundation concentrates on boys. So, importance to boys and parents of boys, because boys need to be educated. Boys need to understand the importance of female gender. How he treats his sister, same respect has to be shown to other girls. If boys are educated, they can think about the gender equality. At least 1% the transformation will be there in the minds of the boys and parents. So we have conducted, the Life Foundation has conducted many such programs, and we brought a tremendous change. And past 1 year, we are not hearing. Every year we find 1 or 2 rape cases there. Every time the parents will be crying, I will be rushing there. It is very pathetic situation to look at the family and the girls who are brutally raped and killed. So past 1 year, because of the awareness programs and importance of gender equality, we are not finding out any rapes. And the girls are happily moving in front of, because the girls are not supposed to house. They have to be within the closed rooms. I encourage the girls to play out and let them learn a lot with the support of peer group. Peer group helps a great maturity levels will be high. So great knowledge, and through observation, they will be learning a lot, and there will be a lot of flourishment and growth. So I encourage mothers especially to make them, their girl children to play along with the boys and learn. So when they play out, boys understand their girls. So there will not be any kind of feelings on girls. They treat them as their fellow member. So that we have brought up, and we have set up 2 study centers in slums, and every slum, so 2 study centers. So we felt that education can bring all-round development. So education is very important. Earlier, there is no proper education. Only I counted on the fingers, 3, 4, 5 members, not even 5, only 4 members are educated. Educated means 6th, 5th, 7th or something like that. Now we can able to see that each study center with 70 students, and we have emphasized the importance of education for girls and boys equally. In that way, we are trying our best level to bring gender equality. And now we are seeing the last day we present all the works what we have done, Telangana Kala Parishad and the Life Foundation, what activities we have performed till now, how best we are bringing some change in the lives of the young boys and girls, all we present. So in this way, we are trying our best level to bring gender equality, and if they feel that both the gender are equal, the girls will not be harassed. We know many sexual harassment, domestic abuse, all this because of the feeling that I'm male, I can do anything. So attitude we want to erase in the minds of the boys. So when from childhood, if we teach them, when they grow up, that will be carried, and they treat the other girls as equal to their mother and sisters. Such kind of respect and honor has to be gained and developed in the minds of the students. So we are taking up many counseling sessions for the people who are in slums and also servant maids children. So in this way, both the organization working for the development of peace, harmony, tolerance, and equality of the gender, and also emphasized on the importance of education. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. I mean, the entire roundup of what the foundation is doing. I mean, a little history, very succinctly and articulately expressed, and about the kind of work and initiatives you and Dr. Raja Rao are doing. I think it's very, very encouraging to know that these small steps, actually, you're right, small steps can lead to a major change and a major transformation. And I think this is what is needed. You know, when you start from the slums area, that is where there is a lot of transformation is required, because there's so much of lack of awareness and there is no education. And education, like we discussed in yesterday's SDG Goal 4, quality education will lead to all other things, including equality, including respect for humanity. And this is what we are striving towards in this World Peace Summit 2022. So very much, Dr. V.J. Caroline. That was very enlightening, very enriching, and very impressive. And now, with the permission of our chairman and the managing director, may we now proceed to call the chief guests for the day today. And I would like to invite Dr. Rabindra Narayan Behera. He is the ex-Senior Technology Director, Government of India, New Delhi. Dr. Rabindra Narayan Behera. A big welcome to you. A big welcome. And yes, it's over to you. And we're waiting to listen to your power-packed thoughts.
Namaste. Good morning, good evening, and good night to all of these participants, those who are joining across the globe. I'm very fortunate enough. During pandemic, we have been associated with so many activities. After pandemic, we are busy in physical world. So now, again, after a big gap, we are joining in this big platform. This is our esteemed Madam Alka Mahajan, who is presiding this, and other chief guests, Dr. Raja Rao, Dr. Chita Mukambam, Rajnikant, Dr. Rajnikant, Advocate Nukur Madam, Dr. Caroline, and all. I am unable to take all the names, and all the dignitaries, speakers, and guests and audience participants, those who are joining. A big welcome to you. It's a great thing that Vishwa Humanity United International Royal Council is organizing this World Peace Summit in such a complex and critical situation when the world is now tending towards Third World War. What is the situation? This peace meeting, it has a big role and big message to the global peace. Now you see the war, Ukraine war. It is not between Russia and Ukraine. It is between East and West. It is between so many dictators and others. So if you think of this, there is a great balance India is taking in international scenario, that where to go, what to do, what not to do. Even if American, other NATO countries and Western countries, they are very much cautious in dealing with Russia, because it may, at a very fraction of a second, it may lead to World War. We are in the juncture of going to World War, but still we can expect what is happening tomorrow, that nobody can predict, nobody can know. It is not a bilateral war. So this World Peace Foundation, this World Peace Summit is definitely will bring a greater dimension. So you can contribute a lot, and you can give a message to the entire world that this organization is going to do this kind of suggest something. So our today's topic is gender equality and women empowerment. This is a very beautiful topic, gender equality and women empowerment. Gender equality, as my knowledge is concerned in the present scenario, I think in Indian scenario, it is limited to middle class. It is limited to middle class because in India, if you see the mythology, starting from the mythology to present science, technology, everywhere. So everywhere it is limited to middle class level, you can say. Middle level people, you can say. In mythology, you can say Durga is powerful. In Goddess Durga, Goddess Saraswati, even Goddess Lakshmi. Finance ministry, you can say defense ministry or your education ministry, all these are taken by women folks. And so many things. And also dance culture, all these things have been taken. But still, in mythology and other things, Ramayana also, you can say Sita played a major role also. In Mahabharata, Draupadi played a major role. We cannot bypass, but we cannot speak about Ramayana without Sita. We cannot speak about Mahabharata without Draupadi. So these are the areas we can have seen. But so far as science and technology also is talking, there are enormous scientists in IT field, in science and technology, in space research, in other women people, and in other areas also, social reforms, in judiciary, women people are leading a lot. They are also, women folks are leading a lot. They have contributed a lot to the development of the society, as you can say, the sustainable development for the society. And that is the main thing which is going to take place. But in rural India, in rural India, if you think of the tribal folk, take for example, who is most active? Who are the dominating? Generally, the women folks in tribal belt, they are very, very active. They earn, they work. Generally, the male people are less dominating. The males are dominating, the general males are less dominating. So they are really contributing for the development of tribal, the women folks. Even if some countries in northeast states like Tripura, Manipur, you can say, the women are very powerful. The women are leading, women are yearning, and they are going to front. Others are in back. So these are the things which is taking place there. So gender equality is a concept, is a relative term. That you can say it is a fundamental human right, not only fundamental human right, it is a necessity, foundation for peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. So, so gender equality, you can think of this. So when you talk about education, if you talk about IT sector, each and every sphere now women are progressing. But the thing is that if you talk about history, I'm giving an example in Maharashtra. One Jyotiba Phule, one social reformer, she has taken lots of pain. She has taken lots of efforts to bring the women folk to the limelight. Because in Maharashtra, that period, women were completely banned to go to education. She was illiterate. Her husband, Savitri Phule, I'm talking about Savitri Phule. Her husband, Jyotiba Phule, taught her. Then both of them established women schools and colleges in various fields. They have struggled a lot to fight against things with the help of British and others. They have established so many schools and they have really brought the women folk to the front line in women education. So Savitri Phule has contributed a lot in women education. The first women school she has brought in this country, and they have contributed a lot for the women education in India. That is the great thing that they have done. Similarly, so many things you have contributed. Then Lakshmibai, then Sarojini Naidu, Indira Gandhi. Indira Gandhi, can talk to Indira Gandhi. So she was really, as part of the male, she has done a lots of reformation for this country. She has brought India into the forefront in national and international scenario to the height. And Sarojini Naidu is that in Odisha also one Chief Minister Nandini Satpathy, and if it's other thing Mamata Banerjee, Joy Lalita, Mayawati, and so many highest toppers are there in education field. So these are the areas we cannot say women are back, but in generic, in middle class, there is a mania that woman means housewife. So woman, this concept is going to be right. The housewife also, if you think of a house, managing a house is not a small thing. You are taking GDP in terms of other earnings, but you are neglecting one single factor, that cooking, managing house. These are it's not a small thing. So these are we are not taking into consideration. So if you think of the tribal things, people are there. In higher class also, women are very powerful and empowered. But in the middle level, because the most chunk of this population is middle class. So middle class level, it is a big jolt, and it's a big challenge that women should come at par as gender. And another thing you can see, Bachendra Pal, Duti Chand is from my village also. Our finance minister Nirmala Sitaram and Nita Ambani. So many other things are the other women, powerful women are there in this actually country. Those who have at par national and international scenario. But what to do? Why women are treated like this? That is the point to be discussed. In this screen also so many women are there. Thing is that if a girl child is born, the first enemy of the girl child, with due apology, I can say, is her mother. The first enemy is her mother. Mother used to cry that why God has not given me one male child. So that cycle should be eradicated. That cycle is now male and women that are of equal importance. So far as and IT has brought a generously change in this field. The information technology brought men and women to very closer. Earlier, women were compared as physical labor. That previous our belief and thoughts are there. Means if you have a two male person, two boys taken birth, one girl, two boys means two boys can go for labor. So that they are coming on a comparison in of physical labor. But now this is not there. So far education is concerned, they should have equal opportunity. So far as IT field is there, so far scientists, there are so many great scientists also there. If you think of great scientists of the world also, so many women. But if you think United Kingdom, they have given, the Queen Victoria is always in the top. So they are the gender bias, inequality, they have reached, and they are, it's a very developed country so far as women is concerned. So our women, they can, women folks, they can contribute a lot. Your psychology should be changed that if you have a girl child, if you have a male child, both are equal, they can contribute for the economic development, sustainable development, all things in this world, in this country, and they can now, the pilots, so many pilots and lieutenant general I was looking after, even if the Lady Lovelace, the first programmer of this world, yes, she is also a lady. So, I was going through that this Priyanka Chopra, Bachandri, Lieutenant General Madhuri Karnitkar. She is a third Lieutenant General of this India. So this is not the small thing. They can go to piloting, they can go to warfield, they can go to, the technology has proved it. It's not only physical, by technology, they can go to anywhere. You need to Karindal is a rocket woman. She was in Mars mission, deputy head. Then so many things are there. So HCL head also, Roshni Nadar. She was also entrepreneurship, science, technology, in other fields also in defense. Now they have come to power. So now in this international scenario, international war, women are very much tortured in Ukraine. In Ukraine, you can see child and girl child and women are very much tortured there. Similarly, we should rise. Human organizations, various organizations, are social activities, they're working for this. They're to bring. Only you have to bridge the gap in middle class level, so that they can have a equal importance to both. And our feelings should not be there. Women are less powerful than or less than this male. That if you bridge this gap, definitely they can contribute a lot. And if you think of a
I think.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are now. Yes, yes. I think we lost you for a while.
It was disconnected. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. So think that trying for religion, if you think of, as my previous speaker has told about religion, the one particular community, definitely there's there. So religion equality should be there. There are caste actual system is there, Indian caste system. That's a big gap between actually, if you think lower caste people, they are going to more in agriculture, farming, other thing, labor. There is no inequality between them. If comparison, lower caste people, those are there. But higher caste also same thing. Only middle class is the problem there. So similarly, that equality, caste equality in women and male, equality in religion. So all people all can contribute to a lot for this development of the world and India, specifically India. Then India can be a Vishwaguru and it can be a developed nation of this world. This is my feeling. Thank you very much for inviting me and sharing my views with all. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. But first of all, I would like to show my gratitude to you on behalf of everyone here for the fact that you are so empathetic towards women. And I think that respect that you show for women, you know, shows the kind of values. I mean, I just hope that, you know, there were more people like you, there were more men like you who actually understood that even if women did not go out to work and they were just at home doing some work, they were still super women, because managing the household is also a huge task and also requires a lot of skills. And yes, you're absolutely right that women are breaking barriers now. There's no field and there is no area that they haven't really, made. They've gone into that and they've, really achieved. There has been incredible, amazing work that they have been doing in all areas. And I think they're quite unstoppable. In fact, all of us, once we understand that each and every individual has a unique quality to them, I think the world, the entire planet will become such a beautiful place. And we're talking of peace, we're talking of justice, we're talking of love, we're talking of compassion. That is, we will all become the epitome of love, passion, peace. And that is what we are working towards. So, sir, that was absolutely incredible and very empowering. And gratitude to you for valuing human beings. I think that is something which we all need to imbibe within ourselves. So thank you, and a big thank you. And
Thank you, namaste.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, able excellencies, brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move on to the next chief guest. Well, a vivacious woman of substance she is, and at such a young age, she has achieved miraculous successful heights. She is an advocate at the Supreme Court of India, a lovely girl and an adorable angel. I am talking of Advocate Dr. Nupur Dhamija. So Dr. Nupur, it's over to you and let's hear your power thoughts. I know you're doing amazing work with your Ek Paheli Nari Foundation that you have. So please share something that you do and also insights on the topic.
Thank you so much, ma'am, and thank you so much for your warm welcome for me. And precious, you are very precious for me, and you are doing a really commendable job in your field. And thank you so much, respected Carolyn ma'am and Raja Rao sir, for inviting me here as a chief guest. I always talk to Raja Rao sir that's why, sir, you are really amazing job in your field. Really, you are amazing job. Both you are doing very valuable things for society. So thank you so much, Raja Rao sir and Carolyn ma'am, for inviting me here. So now we are discussing about gender equality. Gender equality is a main topic now these days. Really main topic because just Carolyn ma'am speech over that topic. Many things need society. Many things we should do. Many things for society. Gender equality. First step by step, we are talking about gender equality. Gender equality means that man and woman have equal power and equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development. Gender equality is not a woman's issue. It is a human issue. It affects us all of us. Man of quality respect women's equality. Achieving gender equality requires the engagement of women and men, girls and boys. It is everyone's responsibility. What is the need of gender equality? We are talking about the need of gender equality. Gender equality prevents violence against women and girls. It's essential for economic prosperity societies that value women and men as equal, as safer and healthier. When girls are valued less than boys, women less than men, they face multiple risks throughout their lives, at home, at work, at school, from their families and from strangers. Gender-based violence is a major consequence of gender inequality. It is worldwide phenomenon. How is gender inequality removed in India? How? Talk to women and girls. We can do. Let's girls use mobile phones, but it disadvantages also. So we should understand all these things also. Stop child marriages and sexual harassment. Make education gender sensitive. Raise aspirations of girls and their parents. Empower mothers. This is the main issue. We should do something for mothers, we should do some things, some good things for educate mothers, give proper value to women's work, get women into power, encourage women into non-traditional vocations, work together and stop the violence, beware the backlash. And we are doing many things on women empowerment. We are doing many things, crime against women. Even I have 4 world records in field of crime against women. We are working. Even I am working from justice. We are worked on crime against women. My team is in now. We are working on global. First, we are working on India level, but this is the major issue, upcoming days, this is a really major issue, crime against women. We do something for society and we are doing something for society. And I got justice 800 women. I got justice 300 rape victims. Got justice from my Nari Shakti Nayi Pehal Foundation. This is one and only foundation in India and globally, which is based on legal and media team and working for justice only. We are working for justice only. But we have begun to raise daughters more like sons. But few have the courage to raise our sons more like our daughters. And culture does not make people. Culture does not make people. People make culture. If it is true that the full humanity of women is not our culture, then we can and must make it our culture. Find your identity, your true self, and live your mission. Your power is your radical self. Find it, and you can do. If you believe in your idea, of change and willing to work hard, sooner or later, that dream will be reality. This is very important for us. So we are talking about gender equality, women empowerment, and we are working for many topics. We are working for many missions, but I have only one mission, and I'm working since 2009 on topic of crime against women. I'm working for women. I know women is also wrong, but 5 fingers are not similar. 30 years old woman and 3 years old girl is not same. So we can do some new creativity. We can do some new things for society, for girls. And, education is the most powerful weapon for us. So we can use education for this topic also. We can do some creative ideas like, in rural areas, just like in Madhya Pradesh, tribal population is very much ratio in Madhya Pradesh. And tribal crime against women in tribal population is, very high ratio in Madhya Pradesh. In India, we have more than, in other countries or foreign countries. In India, crime against women is a very high ratio. So we can do, unity is a very important for us, unity. So we can do something together. We can do some creative ideas together, work together on crime against women, gender equality, on women empowerment, many things. But we can do. We can focus on it. So we will definitely win. And thank you so much. Thank you so much, Raja Rao sir. I have so many works, official work, and I'm writing and writing and writing. I have written many things. I attended, but I written many things. But this is a main topic. This is really major issue. So we can do many things for society. Thank you so much, respected Raja Rao sir and Dr. Caroline ma'am and my precious Alka Mahajan ma'am. Thank you so much. You are, you all are my family, and I'm very happy to work with, Raja Rao sir and Caroline ma'am and Alka Mahajan ma'am. So thank you so much being me part, your family. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Wow, fantastic, Dr. Nupur. More power to you, my dear, more power to you and to your Nari Shakti. I think you've given us a lot of Shakti, through that very powerful, articulation of your thoughts. And the fact that when you said that we're beginning to raise our girls like our sons, but we also need to remember one thing, to raise our boys also like our girls, because it has to be balanced. And yes, you're right again, that it is gender equality is not a human fight. It's a human fight. It's not a female fight. So we have to have a proper, balance between all different kinds of people, and everyone should be getting the kind of rights that they truly deserve. So more power to your thoughts, more power to your foundation, more power to the spirit that you have in you, indomitable spirit. The fact that you're working since 2009 means it's been more than a decade that you have been, working towards this thing. And yes, definitely we are seeing results. Of course, there's a long way to go, but then we will definitely get there, and we are very optimistic about it. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And that was absolutely brilliant. All right, honorables, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, able excellencies, distinguished guests, let's move on to our next chief guest. Our next chief guest is Dr. I just hope I get the name right, Chidamika Khatau. She is a social entrepreneur, a CEO of Sushrita Hospital and Trauma Care. Dr. Khatau, a big welcome to you. And yes, we're very excited to hear your thoughts. I did see you, and the moment I saw you, I thought, yes, our next chief guest is here as well. So a big welcome to you, and yes, it's over to you now. And you've got a wonderful smile.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Just one interference, madam. Till now, 80% people fail to actually spell her name, madam. So her name is Dr. Chidamika Khatau.
Chidatlika Khatau.
80%
I
people
right now.
80% people fail to spell.
Okay, that's very nice. Thank you, Dr. Behra, and thank you from bottom of my heart, Alka. You are so sweet and looking so glamorous. I should say that your moderating was wow, and awesome. And Dr. Raja Rao, namaskar and thank you. Let me first welcome you all from the land of Jagannath. I'm from Odisha, the beautiful temple city. And you know that Lord Jagannath, the Sri Hari Vishnus, I belong to that land. Dr. Behra also, same, we are from the same place. Dr. Rajinikanth Mishra, and recently we met Dr. Raja Rao. And I should appreciate from my core of heart that today the topic, you have kept it for gender equality and women empowerment. Frankly saying, Alka, I always wait for one day, and till now I'm waiting, when this topic will stop. The day will not talk about women empowerment. That day we think that we are succeed. Because we all know, like Dr. Behra has said, that Devi, I hope you people understand Hindi. And I know few of the people from the outside of country. The Devi, Durga, Devi, Parvati, any of the women as a power, as a Shakti, we only worship the women. But still, we talk today in the 22nd century that women empowerment is required, gender equality we are talking about, then do you know what? We human don't understand. In Odia, we call it Kasturi Murga. We talk it a Kasturi Murga. कस्तूरी ढूंढता फिरता है, कहां से कस्तूरी आ रहा है, कहां से इतना खुशबू आ रहा है, लेकिन खुद नहीं जानता उसके अंदर ही खुशबू है, लेकिन वो पागल की तरह घूम रहा है, ये खुशबू कहां से आ रहा है, where this beautiful essence, the beautiful fragrance is coming. So that's like the women empowerment, I say. Because women within is self-esteemed, empowered, the born empowered. God made us when bring to this earth. I feel we are empowered. Who will empower us? But still we are talking. Why? Because कभी-कभी एक छोटा सा स्टोरी मैं बताऊंगी आपको. एक मेंढक वो ऊपर चढ़ रहा था, and he was, there was a big storm. But he was going on, and people are saying, don't go up. But he was going on up. But other people, they came down. But he reached to the destination. Do you know why? Later on, everybody discovered that he is deaf and dumb. I think sometime we should be deaf and dumb. We should not listen that women needs empowerment, because I feel women are empowered. But still, it's persist. Glass ceiling is persist. We face the hurdles. It's not only women, it's man also face the hurdles. As Dr. Behra said, the mother is the first enemy. That means the women is the first enemy. Why? Because when we take birth as a woman or a girl, mother tells, bring a glass of water. Because this is a discrimination from the family that, okay, this is a work which women should do or girls should do. This is the things boys should do. If you are not a level of earning a good, you're not a proper earning capacity you have, then the boy should go to the school. Girls should not go, lag behind. Because girls to bahar jayenge na. So this thing, it's always, I feel, that start from the home. What the attitude we are learning from the home, from our ancestors, from our family, from our surroundings, that makes us change. And for that, till date, we are talking about the gender equality. You told me that I'm a social entrepreneur. Any of my projects, what we are doing in Odisha or Pan-India, we are just addressing those voids. What is that voids actually? Why it is happening? Because sometimes unknowingly we do certain things. I'll just share with you a small story. Once in West Bengal, I visited to a school, and there I was invited by as a guest today, as you invited me as a chief guest. So I marked a girl sitting in the corner. There was a cultural performance, but all boys had participated. Few of the girls participated, but she was sitting in the corner. And somehow my eyes gone on that. I asked her, why are you sitting in the corner? She said, ma'am, mera Bengali, she was talking in Bengali. She said, my uniform, I have only one uniform, and that has been weight, and I cannot come, and our strict instruction from the school that you should wear the uniform and come to the guest. Then I said, why it is happening? Why the boys my brother, there was one brother took the shirt, so I didn't have. So I could mark out it's not only it's happening with one boy or one girl. There are many is happening. So I thought of starting a project called BITIA. BITIA initiative created from that story. Any of the initiative today, you start, I think previous speaker said, why they start the initiative? Because they could able to mark some voids in the society and address those voids to overcome. So like that, I've started this BTR Foundation, where I included many the intellectuals, and concept is buy one, give to one, not get one, remember, buy one, give to one. BTR started concept of if you are buying something from the BTR, let it be a uniform or anything or a blazer, then in return, BTR is giving one uniform or what is the needed to the underprivileged to that girl child. And idea was to control the girl child school from the school, the education. So this kind of small changes make a big difference. Now BTI is sustainably working in various states now, and people are involved and really giving a difference to the society. So here, Corona pandemic made us learn that to handhold each other, think that we are privileged and should work for the handholding for the underprivileged, stand as a voice for the voiceless. So for that, another initiative which we started, I think you are aware about, not let me tell my brainchild, I'm the founder of India's first Tribal Queen contest. It sounds like it is a fashion show, but it is not. Tribal Queen contest, Adi Rani. Adi means Aram, Adivasi, and Rani. Rani is an empowered woman. We call it Jhansi ki Rani, Mardangi Rani thi, kya Rani thi, jisko Britishers ko bhagaye. So 2018, we started, because your all action should make it something transformation to the society. So Adi Rani, when we started with the intention that how the tribal women stand in front of a society, because tribals always believe on the Ubuntu concept. Ubuntu means group. We all know unity is a strength, but sometimes the unity means a group, you lost somewhere your identity. So in 2018 was a historical moment for whole over the country, the creating India's first tribal queen, where a single individual tribal girl stand in front of thousands of audience, said, I am tribal, I'm beautiful. My beauty is not just lies with good look, it is beyond the good look. So we address the supreme beauty because our intention to connect all the tribal dots and showcase with their originality. Because we believe modernity is not to just follow westernized. Modernity is to transform the own originality to the society. Believe me, after this Adi Rani, India's first tribal queen contest, many women, tribals, those who used to get married at 14 years or 15 years, we could able to imbibe a hope within them that yes, you can do something in the world. Whereas the action says impact on 1,000 tribal women across the country. And you will be very happy to know today in Indian GK current affairs, most of the competitive examination, the UPSC, SSC, you get the question, who is the first tribal queen of India? And answer, please note it. You will not lose the 1 mark. Answer is Pallavi Durua. She's a girl, poor girl, from a Koraput by Parigoda, a small place of Odisha. No light, no water. But today, her name is incorporated in Indian history. That is the impact. And you will be very happy to know that this year, we know that 2 years we couldn't do anything, but we have one thing we did, we connected whole of the world. And this year, we have been going to do the Tribal Queen Global Contest. And August 9th, being the day of International Day for the Indigenous People, we are going to do this event. It's not an event for us, neither a fashion show, it's a project to empower these tribal women, to connect all the dots and going to create something brainstorming to travel India and connect globe. And now we are talking about the global tribals and creating something brainstorming global, world global. And we are going to create the tribal queen universe, tribal queen world, tribal queen earth, tribal queen Asia, tribal queen India, and the respective countries. 37 country embassies have already been connected with us. We are super excited. Many people, positive vibe people, they stand with us. Many, not only in India, whole of the country, whole of the world is connected with us with this project. And I'm very fortunate today. I know so many people who are from the outside country also listening to me will be really, really grateful if you can connect with us and understand the people who are really wanted your handholdings, wanted to reach, wanted to showcase something. So here women need financial literacy, independence of decision making, stand in front of the society, leadership quality, unless until this is not imbibing in the education. When you talk about education, and this today's education, the NEP, I think everybody has gone through, it's not only the degrees. This is not only talking about what is the percentage you are talking. It is about the futuristic education. It is about the innovation, how to creativity you are doing. That is the education. Do you know, in villages, even though you have got MBA or PhD, doctorate degree, but a village girl will be, sometime for practical knowledge will make you down. Never underestimate them. Today, do you know why I'm late to joining? I am also a convener of education and skill of Indian Chamber of Commerce. And India's first biggest women Mela we are organizing. Please Google it. Women's first business Mela is 8th May they have started, and today is the second day. Lara Datta, Arjun Rampal, everybody is here to encourage the women. So this is the things when we are together. They're the platforms which is really working hard to empower the women. What they're doing, they're just making women understand, yes, you can do it. You are a woman. You have good potential. Understand who are you. You are positioned. You are unique. That should be the, the sportiveness, so that they will understand self-esteem. They'll value themselves. They'll understand. Sometimes it's happened that people around make you the positivity, imbibing, make you confidence that yes, you can do it, something. God has created you as a unique. You need not follow anyone. You are a unique soul. You are pure. You're simple. You can do it. So that things has to be imbibed to each individual. So for that, first, women has to stand with the women. That is first and foremost. We for women. And today, I'm really delighted. I'm not taking much of time because I have to rush again to my business mela. My counterparts, my friends, all are waiting that, okay, because, it's everywhere. We should unite together as much as collaboration we do. And collaborative approach make us understand something good about you. We exchange ideas. We exchange the leadership. We exchange the innovation. We'll exchange the investment. What is good things we have to exchange the transformation. Then only the world will create as a one world, one nation, what we are dreaming for. So I think I'll not take much of timing. There are eminent guests. I definitely would have loved to talk much. I really don't want to leave this here, but I don't know why the budget has not been paused for me. But I'm fortunate, I'm glad today I'm with you. But before I'm leaving, I should request everyone, live, grow together. That's the world God has created for us. Let's stand for each other. Let's be for each other. My father has given my name as Chidatmika. Chit, it is the other name of Goddess Durga. Chit is consciousness, understanding. Atmika is the soul, understanding of the soul. I always feel that if I'm not understanding of the soul, then what the human being, why God has created me as a human being? Why I am a woman? I'm not passionate. Why I am a woman? So that things has to be imbibed with each woman who are doing empowering yourself and empower the surrounding also. Then only global peace can be happened. Because you cannot, in our Sanskriti, we said, our Sanatana Sanskriti said, there is nothing I, this is we, हम को करना है. I कुछ नहीं होता दुनिया में. संस्कृति हमारा we बोलता है. और हम together, unless until we are together moving the transformation and Sustha Samaj, we can say sustainable world, the global peace cannot be possible unless until we go together. Thank you very much, and Jai Jagannath.
Wow, that was mesmerizing. I tell you, that was mesmerizing. My God, an eye-opener, thought-provoking. You talked about fragrance, spreading a fragrance in such a poetical rendition, and the stories that you shared, and that initiative of the first tribal queen. I don't know what to say. I'm totally besotted and mesmerized. And yes, but one thing I completely agree with you, that yes, charms do strike the sight, but it's always, always, always merit that wins the soul. And you've got a beautiful name, Chitatmika. I am mesmerized not only by your personality, but by your name and your powerful thoughts. I mean, they have made such an impact. I was smiling throughout, and I was feeling very proud of the fact. You just mentioned that, if women can become the strongest supporters of women, I think, the clashes that happen will not happen, and that will eventually lead to peace. And that is what we're working towards, moving towards peace. Wow. I don't know. I'll just say, wow, 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 and fantastic. From your name to your presentation, everything was mesmerizing. And this amazing initiative of yours, lovely, lovely. And definitely, I'm sure many of us would like to be a part of it. I mean, you did very nicely mention that, collaboration. Collaboration is definitely the name of the game, along with a lot of communication, connections, and caring. Thank you so much. I don't know how much to thank you, but you were absolutely amazing and mesmerizing. And thank you for those very, very powerful, thought-provoking thoughts. Really made us think, why women empowerment? Why are we still talking about women empowerment? You're absolutely bang on right. We should stop talking about this. We are empowered. Let's feel that way. Let's have those positive vibes that we are empowered. We all are empowered. And I think it will make the journey much more easier. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Big namaste. Thank you. Wow. What powerful chief guests as speakers today. I mean, the stage is ablaze with power thoughts. And this was truly what all is going on is truly sustainable development goals in action. We're not just talking about it, but we are also listening to the actions that have been done for this particular goal. So just wow. And I would say kudos to everyone. Kudos and a big salute. Thank you. And now let me invite our next speaker, our next chief guest, all the way from Sri Lanka. I hope she's here because I didn't see her. Excuse me, Dr. Raja Rao, is Dr. Famida there? I don't see her. Dr. Famida, are you there? Our next chief guest, Dr. Famida Mohammed, co-founder of Ceylon Entrepreneurs United. And I know that she's an excellent speaker, a Toastmaster, and a Wonder Woman. So Dr. Famida, are you there? I think she's not there. Dr. Caroline, what should I do? Should we move on?
Yes, ma'am. That's what I'm able to say.
Okay.
Move on to the next guest speaker. And if Madam join, we invite her.
All right. Thank you. So I think it's time for me to briefly say goodbye to all of you. It was wonderful interacting with all of you. I would now like to invite the vivacious and very vibrant Dr. Seema Negi, who will be taking you forward to the next part of this event today. So Dr. Seema Negi, who is the principal of Sanjeevani World School in Mumbai, a wonderful educationist, a wonderful human being, and a very dynamic individual. Dr. Negi.
Thank you so much. Namaste, good morning, good evening, good afternoon for part of the world you are joining. And thank you, Alka, for setting the tone of the evening so beautifully. You know, so power-packed session, I'll say. I think each one of us, we are glued to our screen. So who says that pandemic has stopped us from learning or pandemic has not given us the best? I think the best is what is happening right now. I mean, listening to each and every speaker, it has made us reflect on why again we are talking about women empowerment. Why? I think this question, why, is something that we are searching the answer for. And very beautifully, all of our speakers, and you have also told, Alka, that we need to find this answer within our own self. We need to start feeling, yes, we are empowered. And like it's said by everyone, the day we will stand for each other, the day women will start appreciating and supporting women, trust me, the world will be a better place, and we won't be discussing about women empowerment, but it will be more of human empowerment and going ahead together. With this, let's start the second session of this beautiful evening, where we are discussing about peace, where we are discussing about bringing the world together, where we are fighting for the common cause, because it is not about you and me, it is about the world. It is about the world where we live. It is about peace. It is about a sustainable world, because time and again, I think we keep on reminding ourselves that we have not inherited this world from our ancestor. We have borrowed it from our children. And to give them a better world, give them an equitable world, give them an equal world, wherein people will not speak about gender. People will speak about human empowerment, where everybody is moving ahead together. And when everybody moves together to the same direction, definitely harmony and success takes place. So with this, let me call our speakers for this particular section. Let me start with Dr. Megha Bharti Meghal. She's an author, professor, and a singer. A very, very empowered lady with a beautiful smile. And the moment she comes on the screen, I think we see the screen coming alive. And yes, here she is with a beautiful smile. So Dr. Megha, we are all ears to listen to you.
Thank you so much, Seema ma'am, Dr. Seema Negi ji, for this beautiful welcome. And this is like, I'm so thrilled. You just invited me with so much love and affection. And yes, even I am, smile is what catches my mind and heart too, trust me. So I have got that smile because I can see you guys, you lovely ladies, and of course, all the people today present here on this platform. I heard Sir and our chief guests were just wonderful. So I want to speak a lot about them, but since there is time limitation, I won't take much of the time talking about them. I would just say thank you so much for, empowering us again. This today's topic is about gender inequality and women empowerment. And I feel so very blessed to have, shared this platform with such people, people of such stature and such thoughts. You all have beautiful thoughts, and whatever I'm going to speak is just going to be an extension of what you people have said. Yes. As ma'am mentioned, I would specifically like to mention ma'am, Chidatnika ma'am. Yes. कस्तूरी से उन्होंने हमारा जो है स्त्रियों के जीवन की तुलना की और उसकी महक से तुलना की. बहुत खूबसूरत एक आगाज आपने किया. Yes, we women have that power, that we can influence the world. It's just we haven't realized it yet. Exactly what you said. So मैं अपनी बात शुरू करना चाहती हूँ एक छोटी सी speech से. This is a speech that was given by Sojourner Truth. She was a very popular African-American spokesperson for women's rights and temperance. And, in her speech, which is one of the historical speeches, she said that man over there says that women need to be helped into carriages. That man over there says that women need to be helped into carriages and lifted over ditches. and to have the best place everywhere. But nobody helps me into carriages or over mud puddles. Nobody helps me into carriages or over mud puddles, and ain't I a woman? Look at me, look at my arm. I have plowed and planted and gathered into barns, and no man could head me, and ain't I a woman? I have borne 13 children and seen them all sold into slavery. And when I cried out my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me, and ain't I a woman? You know, this is a speech that personally influenced my mind as a teenager when I read it. And trust me, this became a speech. This became something that led me towards where I am today. This speech was inspirational, not because it was given by a woman, but actually it was something that we all need to understand. As ma'am said, we all need to understand that we are already empowered. So through her speech, Sojourner Truth also, she made it clear to all that she had equal right to liberation in life, and every woman did. This speech became an important source of inspiration for several women and still is. So this is one of the examples that women have been very powerful since the very beginning. And, women writers, since I write myself, what I learned more about being a woman, I learned it when I worked with women in the field and when I read women writers. Working in both the fields, reading and working, practically working, and then reading literature, it taught me how to understand my power. And when we're talking about the gender discrimination, there is a term that can never be neglected. It is indispensable. And I guess you all agree with it. And the term is feminism. It is something very trendy these days. This is a word that is being used by everyone, everywhere. And not always is being understood properly. It's most of the time it's misunderstood. But I think and I believe that feminism needs to be understood properly to be implemented properly. And if I give my definition of feminism, well, it is, I guess, a bond that we can say unites all the women at the height of their total repression. It's fine that we are empowered and we have a lot of power, but there is something that has been oppressing us and suppressing us since the very beginning. It is that patriarchal society, the mindset, and of course we who are not accepting the level of our power. So as we discussed earlier also, that women need to support women. Yes, we do need to support each other. But again, then there is a thought process. There are men who are supporting women and there are men who are suppressing women. It's all about the thought process. Being a woman, however much I study, however much I work hard, I cannot demand respect. I cannot simply just take it away from people. It has to come from within. It is the person who's going to give me the respect because of who I am. And that will happen only when the person is going to take me as a human being, as we discussed earlier also, of course. Women have always been treated as fragile creatures. If I go back to history, many of you must have read it, that Rousseau, he was a well-known person and he always believed that women were silly and frivolous creatures. And they were born just to entertain men, just for the entertainment of men. So that kind of a thought process is what actually deteriorated the identities of women. And though we are empowered today, though we are studying today, we are financially self-dependent today, but the thought process is still stagnant, trust me. Wherever we go, even if we give speeches and we acquire high positions in the society, whatever we do, whatever we achieve, At the end of the day, there is a statement, she is but a woman. And there are several fields where we are not, we cannot come forward and we are not pushed forward just on the basis of being a female. And we cannot deny it, trust me. As Dr. Caroline also talked about the brutal rapes going on in the country, and there is no age limit for that. A child of 2 years to a woman of a senior citizen is being raped here in India. Why and how? It's not only about the sexual urge. It's about the mind. It's about the thought process. This is how a person is treating, the way a person treats us is because the way he thinks about us. So it's very, very important, the thought process needs to be changed. There are men who are supporting women because they are considering them good human beings and equal to them. And there are men who are doing such things to women just because, again, like Rousseau, they treat us to be frivolous creatures, silly women, just born to entertain men. So I guess feminism is a movement. It's a movement that we should all get involved in. And again, I would also like to clarify, there are many people who are working in the social field and for the upliftment of women, for women empowerment. But actually they defy and they do not want to be addressed as feminists, So why do they do that? It's because feminism is considered as something negative. It is considered as a movement which is against men. So I just want to add to it that please, it is not something which is against men. It is something which actually is working to, acquire the support of men. And there are several branches, and then we can get into it. If you go into the theory of it, it's going to be quite long. So I just want to say that feminism is not something that makes you go against men. It is something that makes you walk hand in hand with men. So we need to get involved in such movements and we need to talk about it. We need to talk about the thought process. Okay, there is one more thing. Someone mentioned here on the platform that it is because of the middle class of India. They have a certain thought process. Yes, they do have it. Like I belong to I reside in Mumbai though, but I belong to Uttarakhand. And there I have realized that parents and the entire family, they love their daughters. They love them a lot. They educate them. Uttarakhand has the highest, number of girls being educated. The percentage is quite high. And most of the teachers here are girls, they acquired that degree, Bachelor of Education, and they have, also pursued PhD and many things. But again, at the end of the day, what happens? She is but a daughter. She's not a son. Everybody would give their daughters everything. Parents love their children. They cannot defy that love for their kids, and they love their children. But again, when it is about choosing, they would choose their sons. Why? Again, the thought process. Why do we think in such a manner? कि वंश चलाएगा तो एक लड़का ही चला सकता है. लड़की पराया धन है. The very middle class statement and very common in India that girls are not, girls have to go to some other man's house and only the boys are going to stay with you. And then they claim to do something in favor of women empowerment. They say that we are teaching, we are allowing our daughters to study. We are allowing them to be financially independent. We are allowing them to take their own decisions. And we are doing everything. But the truth is that everything has limitations. Now, if we talk about the next level, since we have discussed a lot about the downtrodden women, I think we need to discuss about the women who are actually struggling and trying to acquire a position in the society, like most of us present here on this platform. We have not reached the height of what we want to do in life. We are still struggling, I guess, and we are working hard day and night. So we are women in the worst conditions. Few of us are in the worst conditions. Why? I want to discuss that. Because, if a woman is not mentally liberated, she is not successful. And that mental liberation comes with the love and support of your family. If you think, you must think about it, like if you have daughters and we are educating our daughters, we are feeding them 3 times free of cost. We are sending them to good schools. We are giving them good clothes to wear. Is this all that they need? Is this something that defines freedom of women? Or is it something that is quite comparable to all the facilities and luxuries that we provide for our pets also? If we have a cute puppy at home, if we have a cute cat at home, we do feed her 3 times free of cost. We keep her in our luxurious apartments, and we also teach them etiquettes, when guests enter our houses, they know how to behave with them. So is this all that we need to provide to our girls who actually want to acquire a position in the society? This is something we need to think over. And we need to think over and over and over again. Because there are many people in the society who think that educating girls, giving them good clothes, giving them a life which is socially well established is enough. But trust me, the most important thing in life for a woman to be a woman is the mental liberation. That permission to take her own decisions, that trust that whatever important discussions are going on at home, a girl can participate and can give, better suggestions and advices. She is equal to men. Only then will a woman realize that she is actually free and she is a woman. She needs to be treated as a human being, So I think, yes, women empowerment is something that we need not discuss, and there should be a point that it should come to an end. But it will only come to an end when women are actually liberated. And that actual liberation will only come when minds of all around us are liberated. This will only come when the thought process will take a U-turn. It's very, very important to think about things all over again, The day when you will think that whatever a son can do, even a daughter can do, only then women will be truly empowered. If you are just reproducing, and there are many cases you must have seen, there are 6, 7 girls and then they finally have a son. And they keep trying until they don't have a son. So just because they want the legacy to be taken forward. But there is a question. Can't a girl do that for you? Can't a girl do that for you? So that mental liberation is very, very important. And of course, we are working for the downtrodden people and downtrodden women. And most of us are doing wonderful work. But, there is a section of the society which is in the middle of all this. And that is we, middle-class girls, studying, doing researches, doing PhDs, working in universities, and giving good lectures, and coming back home, and at the end of the day saying, okay, fine, bhaiya will do it. आप मुझे बता दीजिए मुझे घर पे क्या पकाना है since it's my sister's marriage. So let's come out of this. Let's have a free and liberated mind. Let's give the freedom to our daughters. Let them feel free. And of course, this connects to the world peace. If our mind is at peace, the world will be at peace. Trust me. If there's something going inside each one of us, how can we think of peace? How can we think of peace? Mental peace is the most important. If you think good, you'll produce good. You will do good. So I think I've taken a lot of time, and I hope I'm able to impart what I meant to. So thank you so much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Megha. That was indeed very, very powerful. As it is, we know that this is Mental Wellness Awareness Month is going on. And you rightly said, peace starts from within. If we have mental peace, if we are at peace, then only the liberation can happen. And yes, it's time to celebrate the she heroes. Why do we always feel that legacy can be carried forward by a son only? Why not daughters? Gone are the days when daughters used to change their names, surnames after marriage. I feel this is the start. This is the beginning. And we have started accepting a society where a female carries her own maiden surname after marriage also. It's a very, very small drop in the ocean, but each drop matters because we are talking about a big change. Sea change will take small, small steps. And when each one of us, the empowered people from the society, every walk of society, when we come together, when we handhold each other, when I stand for we and we stand for everyone, we see change happening. And this is so beautiful. And sometime I want to convey that we as women, we become our own limitation. All the girls out there, all the women out there, please understand it's you who can do everything. There's nothing that you can do. It's only your mindset that stops you. If I can do it, if Dr. Megha can do it, if Alka Mahajan can do it, if Dr. Carolyn can do it, if Dr. Khatwa can do it, nobody can stop us, right? Each one of us can do it. The only thing that is needed is, do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your power? Nari is Shakti. Believe in that Shakti because that Shakti is very important. So thank you so much for such a beautiful deliberation. And definitely you have raised some very, very important and pertinent questions that we need to ask ourselves. We need to really understand what are we doing and which direction we are moving into. And the day we will understand that if we want peaceful life, if we want to see a world full of peace and harmony, yes, gender equality should not be a topic of discussion. It should be something that each one of us should practice. So thank you so much, Dr. Megha. And with this, let's move to our next speaker, next keynote speaker, and that's Dr. Veda Dinesh, educationist and principal, and a very, very passionate person when it's come to education and women empowerment. Dr. Veda, may I request you to kindly take this virtual screen? And we are all ears to listen to you.
Yes. Namaste. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to the people all over. Thank you, Dr. Seema Negi, for this wonderful invite for the occasion. And before I start anything, let me thank Dr. Caroline and Dr. Raja Rao. Special thanks to Dr. Aruna Wadkar, through whom I am into this huge and powerful platform today. And where there is a woman, there is a magic. Okay, this is what I was able to witness today. All the sessions, chief guests, each and everyone were like overloaded with empowerment all over. Yes, exactly. Or as one of our guests was talking about, do we need empowerment? Why should we call it as an empowerment? Because in this World Peace Summit, if women needs empowerment, if any peace is not harmed by women, why are we talking about empowerment of women today? That is really pathetic because even in this century, even in this era, we are still talking about gender equality. We are talking about women empowerment. We are talking about discrimination. We talk about women violence all over. Basically, as per the topic, SDG 5, women, okay, of gender equality. I just because moreover everyone has thrown one other light with the topic, coming to the topic of women empowerment and gender equality. And as we all know, gender equality is a principle that states all men and women need to be treated equally. But as an educator, I really want something where we have to throw some light over the thing which has to be taken care at the level of institutions. When it comes to institutions, I really want everyone to think if we can throw some light where it can start from the early years, the foundational years. If we can have some awareness, if we can have some knowledge, if we can have some education in terms of gender bias or gender parity for the students, definitely if they turn out to be the wonderful citizens tomorrow, we need not to have to tell something harmful aspects of women, what we are talking about today. That is what I can expect, because when it comes to World Peace Summit, especially when we talk about gender equality as an educator or as an entrepreneur, it's really pathetic because we still talk about women, and every day things are not stopping. Every day it's been rising. Okay, starting from the admission of the students, we can see parity in the gender there. When it comes to employment, even there we can see parity in the huge levels. When it comes to paid sector of laborers and workers, even we can see the parity there. So maybe I can think all the whatever I have come across, maybe target maybe set is the end of all forms of discrimination, what we are talking about, or to eliminate all forms of violence against all women. When it comes to legal aspects, definitely there is a broader sense. But when we as educators, what is our contribution to stop all this? How we can make aware, how we can make some knowledge, or we can throw some light, or we can give some awareness for the students when they grow, when they are learning, along with other basics. See, everyone wants IT, BT, everyone wants some computer knowledge today, everyone wants technical advancement, because students are not really ready to come even to the classroom because everything is right in front of their eyes. iPods, gadgets, everything. So even this kind of disparity which is happening with gender, let it happen through educative way. As educators, this is one of the strong aspect what I can urge in this huge platform. Let it be more awareness which can be created through education. Maybe education institutions can also take it in a positive way or in a effective way, or in a right way where NEP is also been executing. If one of this goal is also being added to the curriculum, or it may give some knowledge to the students from their basic levels, definitely maybe tomorrow everyone can never make any difference between gender. Okay, everyone treats everyone as they are, and there should be no any discrimination, because the main target is eliminating all forms of practices such as child, early and forced marriages and female genital mutilation, and also to recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work to the provision of public services, and ensure women's full and effective participation and equal opportunities for leadership at all levels of decision making, political, economic, and public life. And when it comes to gender equality, in terms of education, quality is a gender sensitive education which encourages the participation of women and girls in all political, economic, and public spheres by making sure that they have real opportunities to full participate. It may also contribute to putting an end to practices and traditions that impart their physical, mental, and sexual health of women and also girls. And when it comes to, as I said, educating them in the low levels in their curriculum, maybe in terms of early childhood care and education, learners develop the ability to play positively, both with boys and girls, and learn about sharing and being kind to everybody. Boys and girls learn to value themselves and others also. Maybe this kind of education may give awareness to boys and girls. They are not different. They are same. They are here to educate. And also at these levels, learners formalize themselves with the impact of gender roles on the identity and rights of girls and boys equally, thereby acquiring the necessary means to start thinking critically about socially ascribed gender roles and stereotypes in jobs, sports, and also the family issues. They are thus able to unfold a de-gendered, I will quote this, gendered understanding of professions, sports, as I said, the family roles. So when this kind of education impart from the childhood level, when it comes to secondary education, when students are more focused or when they are exposed to the social status, gender is acquired basically at that stage, including the gender dynamics in their roles, professions, sports, and the learners are capable of formulating strategies to overcome gender bias. So when at that level, if they can overcome the gender bias, definitely tomorrow when they turn out to be the adults, we won't find much problem. When we may also decrease the ratios, whatever the crimes or violences which is happening against women. And when it comes to the resources, which are those resources which may help or which may create awareness among students, where we can also use it in our educational institutions, where we can also make students aware. We may also have some girls into science projects where we will have exclusively for girls, where training modules can also be given to motivate girls to embark in their careers, where we can have some 50-50 ratio, where we can see now we can only few names will be taken from the history to name in their historical places. When it comes to invention, when it comes to technological development, if this is actually taken care in their secondary or in their early education levels, this can be taken into a 50-50 ratio. This is what I mean it. And there was one comic which is called as Chakra, the Invincible, where this is a completely adventural comic which supports the sustainable development, which is, we're talking about the gender equality. This is one of the effective comic where it may help all the students to focus not on the gender, focus on the contribution of the humankind, where they definitely come forward and definitely take up their initiative. And when it comes to gender equality in education, UNESCO also has some technical notes which is meant specifically for practical information, which is there, which is available. The resources available where we can keep it in our libraries, which can be easily accessible for the students. They can also have a look and they can also come out of this gender parity. And there is also World Atlas of Gender Equality in Education. This is completely a document which illustrates the linkages between the different levels, and it also situates issues of gender equality in a broader context. This is something which gives light on each and every aspect of gender parity as a student or as the friends, maybe boys and girls, which they can know in a better way. And tomorrow it can be a good developmental way. They can turn out to be a good and useful citizens, where some ratios of violence can be reduced. Teaching and learning for a sustainable future. When we are talking about World Peace Summit, each and every goal, 17 goals, what we were discussing, the entire summit is all about. This is only completely about sustainable future. And where teaching and learning is a both process which has to be there continuously. One has to keep on teaching and one has to keep on learning. So this is something, the sustainable future topic is something which has taken by UNESCO program. It provides professional development even for teachers. Okay, and the curriculum completely develops on educational policymakers, which in turn, education authors also thinks about some changes in the curriculum, which definitely gives some clarity about gender, which definitely makes some changes, what we call about women empowerment. And there is kind of gender equality toolkit. This is something, a complex topic of gender equality with resources and information about the challenges which girls face every day. From the time they come out of the home till the time they reach the school, maybe in bus or maybe in public or maybe in their communities, whatever. This is completely the plan which completely address, and it also take care of the issues which raises about the awareness and about the gender equality. And there is some mission which has been started about fighting against forced marriages. This is done by institutions. This is done by group of school students, which is taking up this initiative only to stop marriage of their friend, one of their friend. And this video was so viral, which has been inspired so many students. Why is it happening? What is basically gender disparity? What is that kind of why the girl is being prioritized, or why the girl is being taken into a different level where boy is not? Why girl is not asked what she wants to do, and why is she forced, which is not willing to be done? And this is not at all going with public. And there are some even we also can include some classroom activities, where whenever you enter the classroom, the effect of the classroom boards, you can see more creative art and craft teacher takes lots of initiative and lots of interest to catch hold of the interest of the students, which will be acquired in the classroom. So where when it comes to International Women's Day, only March is celebrated, if I'm not wrong. Every woman is very active, every man is very active to talk about empowerment of women and to attend virtual and physical conferences which happens to award women, to felicitate women. But this is one of the small initiative which can be taken in the classrooms also. Making some creative or making some posters which talks about women every day or every week, so that each and every student definitely will understand the importance of the woman. What is she facing every day outside the world? what is to be considered, or what is the awareness that has to be given even for the students overall as educators, or as a kind of awareness which has to be taken in. And there is one of the project which I've come across, From Where I Stand. This is one of the framework of the global goals of sustainable development, in which each and every woman is empowered. Each and every woman is also have all the rights to show about herself, where she can portray herself, how she has come across. It can be very inspiring. It can be very courageous. It can be very powerful. However it is, okay, woman is celebrated. Woman is meant for celebration. Woman is not meant for some suppression, or woman is not meant for accepting violence, or trafficking should not happen for her every day. This is something which gives a different outlook of woman, where she'll be celebrated every day. And everybody wins when girls can stay in school. This is something very different, because we ask everyone to stay. But this is one of the inspirational quote. If we can start like this, girls will be highly motivated and no one can stop them. Everybody wins when girl can stay in the school. This is a kind of resource which helps students to understand the term gender equality. It not only understanding, it also identify the obstacles to girls' access to secondary education, in particular, to recognize the benefits of increased access to secondary education for exclusively girls. And the teacher and the people research encourages classroom activities around gender issues. And there is one of the center which is supporting maternal and child health improvement and building literate environment. This is simply called as SMILE, which in turn, this organization and this institution even ready to tie up with the schools which make a girl child smile. What a wonderful message they're trying to boost it up. And as everyone was telling, each and every woman needs empowerment. Each and every man talks about empowerment. And there is a gender desk. We can also have a gender desk where teachers are there to promote the gender desk by relying on some new innovative and creative teaching methods and skills. This is a wide range of creative activities which can be conducted, including participative discussions, maybe drama, music, poetry, essay, and songwriting and dance. Environmental clubs can also be set up with the students which took part in planting grants in school all over. And this is something where I felt general, once again. To achieve gender equality and the women empowerment, or to empower all over women and girls. This is something which is very common factor which has become nowadays, because everyone wants women to be empowered. Everyone wants women to come out of the crisis what she is feeling across. But I really want all our educators, the educationists, to make one urge so that we can also include all these goals in our curriculum, so that we can make our students educated, so that tomorrow we can have some LD full society, so that the ratio of domestic violence, ratio of human trafficking, maybe ratio of unpaid workers or employees, and we may also can eliminate all harmful practices which is happening even for child and forced marriages. All this can be stopped with the educated people, or with the activities which can be included even from the school level, as I said, from the early education system also. And it's not like something which can, as I said, women, wherever women, there is a magic. And things like this cannot happen like magic. It needs a reformation and a revolution. And thank you so much for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And really, I'm very much happy and privileged to be a part of this powerful platform. Thanks to everyone. Thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Veda. And here it comes directly from a very, very empowered and passionate educationist, because as rightly said, we have a bigger role to play as an educationist. It is not about teaching English, Hindi, math, science, but it is about teaching them about their life, teaching them about equality, teaching all our boys that boys and girls are equal. The early we started, if we started right from the elementary years, we know these children will be the future, and these children will understand, appreciate, and celebrate this uniqueness about each other. They will not talk about gender discrimination. They will talk about equal rights. They will talk about humanity. They will talk about peace. They will talk about more serious issues that needs to be dealt in future, because future is uncertain. We do not know what kind of future is there for them, but at least they won't have to work with these issues of gender discrimination. De-gender, that is the beautiful term you have used, Dr. Veda. Definitely, we need to break these stereotypes. We need to make our children understand these gender dynamics and gender biases and help them overcome this. The early we do, the better it is for a more peaceful society. And yes, schools have the bigger role to play. And with the educationists like you, Dr. Veda, we know our children are in right hand. And yes, we will change the society one step at a time, one day at a time, but definitely it is going to happen. So thank you so much. And with this, we move towards our next speaker for the day, and she is none other than Dr. Pallavi Prakash. She is a clinical psychologist and a TV panelist. Pallavi Prakash is very, very passionate again about women empowerment, taking everyone together and making a beautiful and harmonious society. So Dr. Pallavi, now this virtual screen is all yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Seema. Very good evening to everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, namaskar, namaskaram, salam alaikum. Wow, what a lovely evening we are here today for. And what a pious thought process, basically. We are here to talk about something which we all believe in from within. Am I audible, Dr. Seema? Is my voice clear?
Yes, you are, loud and clear.
All right, thank you so much. So, as I was mentioning that, yes, we are here for a very, very pious thought process. And I've been listening to all the power-packed speeches, and kudos to everybody. And I have something different to share, as I'm known to speak from heart. But before that, let me explain of putting up such a summit, and I would say in 80, and I've been heartiest congratulations and best wishes to the entire team, and that is how it should start. Now, coming to the topic which we have today, let me introduce myself a little more briefly so that we break the ice and we connect more intricately. So, as Dr. Seema said, she has welcomed me with all her love. She's also a great friend of mine, and I always look forward connecting with intellectuals like Dr. Seema and all the lovely intellectual panelists which we have today. So basically, I'm an author, I'm a filmmaker, and I'm an international motivational speaker. This is what they say. So just trying to add my droplets of water in the big ocean for life in my own way, in whatever way I can add. So I think 20 years of global endeavors, 20 years of global work. I've seen many, I would say, projects, seen many products which have been par excellence, which I would be speaking on. So let me start that, what is basically, gender? I would not waste a lot of time talking about gender because, personally, what I believe is gender, it is high time we all see gender as a spectrum rather than seeing them as two opposite forces. though we give, power-packed speeches, we address international forums, but we have to believe in our heart that it is a spectrum. Yes, it is. We have to work together. And I was listening to a speaker. She said that, yes, when we come to our practical things, then people have the middle class thinking. But I would say, let's break that stereotype. Let's break it there and then. And we are the people who would bring the change. Because equality is a perception in mind. That is a beautiful definition. Equality is a perception in mind, and it can vary from one individual to another. As simple as that. The idea is to correct the perception. The idea is to engrain the seeds of correct perception that, yes, gender is not something which we need to talk about as two different forces. Gender is
Dr. Pallavi, I think some network issue from your end because we are losing you in between. Yes, I think Dr. Pallavi will have to rejoin. So moving ahead, and we will definitely listen to Dr. Pallavi again when she joins. There was some network issue from her end. And moving ahead, we have our next speaker.
Yes.
Dr. Pallavi,
sorry.
you are there. Okay,
yes.
Okay, please continue.
All right. Yeah. So I'm extremely sorry, got disconnected. So basically, as I was telling, what have I done to, add my values? As a filmmaker, I thought we have spoken a lot about gender equality. Let me go ahead and make something which would create the change in the rural India, in the rural parts of the world, African countries, certain Asian countries in which gender equality is still a drawing room talk. Are we working on those areas? I'm just trying to put attention of all the panelists to the gaps which have been left in this discussion, right? So we need to fill up those gaps. So are we trying to do something about it? So my effort was I produced a movie on women empowerment in the year 2008. And nobody was ready to sponsor the movie. Nobody was ready to take the movie because it was talking all about gender equality, women empowerment, and had no songs, had no entertainment, so-called factors. But yes, I said it has to go, it will go on floor, and I would be individually, as an individual producer, producing it, screening it, and by God's grace, it was screened around 1,000 screens all over India as an individual producer. I was blessed to be awarded by 2 chief ministers, Nari Shakti Award for the movie, and that is how to adult education. I sent my daughter, I've started my daughter from the labor part, and she has started attending school. And I said, yes, this is what I wanted to do. Next, as Dr. Seema also knows, leadership for world peace, basically. So since last, I think, 8-9 years now, my company KSLC has been continuously organizing leadership conclaves just to inspire the next generation on gender equality, on world peace, on being what exactly is leadership. Because I strongly believe all of us are leaders. The only requirement is that we have to change the perception of others. We do not have to limit ourselves to our work, our endeavors. And that is the exact role which all the people, all the panelists are doing. So that is something good, but we need to spread the word. We need to spread the word. So till date, I think around 980 speakers have been to Leadership Conclave, and I've been blessed to get the testimonials from the society, from the next generation, that how inspirational, gender equality and leadership can be. Now, I would like to talk about world peace, because the topic today is how gender equality is related to world peace. And I would like to throw more light on the world peace, because it is a World Peace Summit. So let me, allow me, Dr. Seema, to share a small presentation on world peace. Just a second. Can I, kindly allow me to share the screen? Can I request?
You'll be able to, yes, let me still check. May I request the host? Yes. Now you can.
Okay.
Let me see. Rajarao sir, if you can make Pallavi ma'am co-host.
Yeah, it is. It still says, yeah, I think it still says disabled. Can you try?
Okay, now you can. Now you can. Now you can. You are the co-host now.
Okay. Okay. Wonderful. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah.
Yes, your screen is visible.
Yeah, is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. So, I just wanted to talk about, is it visible to everybody? This is very important, very short presentation, but this is highly important for this summit. All right. So gender equality and world peace, how is it related basically? We have spoken so much about women empowerment. We have spoken so much about gender equality. Now, how is it related to world peace, and what are the parameters? What are the stakes? Let us take a look at it. So gender equality and world peace, that's the topic for SDG 5, day 5. Now, sustainable peace will only be possible if there is equal participation of all citizens, that is women and men, in public life of the country and community as a whole. Equal representation provides a strong foundation for the development of sustainable peace. Now, sustainable peace demands social justice and social cohesion. Please mark my words. Sustainable peace demands social justice and social cohesion. What is social cohesion? This is exactly what I was talking about. We need to see gender as a spectrum. Cohesion is all of us, we know technically what it means. We need to bring together all the forces towards a larger goal. So we need to, that's social cohesion basically, when we bring the USPs of both men and women towards a sustainable tomorrow, towards a peaceful planet. That is exactly what I call it would be the day, the ideal day for world peace. Moving on. Right. So this is some wonderful migration my team has done. All right. Forward. There has been progress over the last decades, definitely. More girls are going to schools. Fewer girls are forced in early marriages. Better than, in last decade. But despite these gains, many challenges remain discriminatory. Laws and social norms remain pervasive. Women continue to be underrepresented at all levels of political leadership. I would like to also share a few data that 1 in 5 women and girls between the ages of 15 and 50 are still experiencing physical and sexual violence by an intimate partner in 12 months of the relationship. Yes, this is a fact. All right. So we need to talk about these, All right. Now, women in the world, what are the key challenges and opportunities? I would love to share a few statistics with all the respected panelists. and the members of jury, women still earn up to 30% less than men. Can you believe that? And constitute 2/3 of world's illiterates. These are facts, my dear friends. And I know that the urge to change these facts is very strong, and that is why I'm putting up these facts. We need to change these facts. Only 39 countries have achieved or surpassed the 30% critical mass for women representation in parliament, in the respective parliaments. Same goes for India. According to a recent global review, 35% of women worldwide have experienced either physical or sexual, but 35% is a big, it's a big percentage. We need to think about these things. Now, as a doctor, before diagnosing a problem, you should understand what is the problem, right? So why gender equality is vital for peace? Why is this topic taken today? Now, I've picked up very, selective and important points. Let us see. Gender equality is the number one predictor for peace. Why? Because it is more important that any state's wealth, mark my words, my friends, it is more important that any state's wealth, level of democracy or religious identity. It is as important as that. Creating a world of gender equality and gender justice means building collective power rather than dominating power. It means creating a world where people and planet can flourish regardless of age, race, gender, class, ethnicity, ability, skills, or sexual orientation and gender identity. It means overthrowing relations of exploitation and violence from the personal to the community, to the political, to the world level. It means it is therefore no wonder that violence against women and social, political, and economic inequality between women and men increases the risk of state instability, internal disputes, and international conflicts. And that is the need of the hour. Due to these factors, due to gender inequality, peace is getting disturbed. So we need to work on these factors. So why gender equality is vital for peace and analysis? Few more important points. A significant percentage of infant death, particularly those that occur within the first 28 days after birth, are attributes to the poor health and nutrition of mother during pregnancy. Why? Because of gender inequality, because of negligence, because of lack in primary or basic education, right? And even the postpartum period is the same. I'm talking about world as a whole. I'm not talking about handful of women who are empowered, right? This is a World Summit. So there's a strong positive correlation between women's literacy and girls' educational level. Women who have experienced the benefits of education themselves are very good mentors. They can guide. They can be, a very good education thought process leader to the children, but not everywhere. Women economic empowerment. Economic empowerment is the third point. Very important. Women economic empowerment can reduce child labor and improve the health of the children. Gender discrimination, laws, and attitude affects women and girls. So women empowerment in financial terms is equally very important for world peace, right? So this is an analysis, basically 6 very important points I mentioned. One is health equality, economic equality, then mindset equality, political equality, and equality of peace. 5 pillars. This is why gender equality is vital in today's world. Now, as a doctor, we have understood what is the problem and why the problem is occurring, right? So actions to achieve gender equality. Few important points which has come, different from everything. So empowered women and girls as change agents and as leaders, which by God's grace, people like Dr. Seema, Dr. Vadkar, I've also been blessed to bring that change in society. So we have to create the change agents and leaders, right? So we need to empower women and girls. We have spoken a lot about empowerment, so I'll not touch that topic. Ensure universal access to sexual and reproductive health. This is very important. As a panelist, I would like to speak that physical and mental health is highly important, especially this is a mental wellness month, all of us know. So as a clinical psychologist, I deal every day with patients who have various depressive ailments. So here I would like to point more on the physical health. So sexual and reproductive health care is equally pertinent. Implement a coordinated global approach to prevent and respond to gender-based violence. Highly important. Gender-based violence. All the wars which are happening around the world, my dear friends. The first target is gender-based violence. Are we raising a voice to stop that? Are we trying to reduce the seed of these highly created evils of society? These topics have to be touched. Ensure that humanitarian programming is gender responsive and they comply with all the humanitarian policies and women empowerment and women's rights. So, and promote international standards for women and achieve rights for every nation. Last but not the least, address gender discrimination. Very important point. I was smiling when I was writing this. Address gender discrimination from a life cycle approach. Okay, so what is a life cycle approach? Life cycle approach is when you treat gender as a natural thing. There is no bias. Let's correct the perception. I repeat my words. There and then during the childhood, right? So the evil will not grow. Now, engage boys. This is very important. Engage boys and men along with women and girls in actions to promote gender equality. A lot of things can be done, right? Takeaway message. Gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. So let us all unite in this pious endeavor for a sustainable future and a peaceful world. So it is my sincere, pledge. All of us, we are great thought leaders. We are doing our part, but this is a takeaway message from heart. Let us unite together to end all these evils which I have pointed out and take up the pointers which are mentioned in the slides for a sustainable tomorrow. And none of us can do it alone, right? It is a collaborative effort. Thank you so much for listening to me. And that was the end of the slide. Lastly, let me extend my heartiest, sincere courtesy, gratitude to the entire team of Royal Council, to the I would salute to the effort of the, commendable World Peace Summit. And I would also love to invite each and everyone in the forthcoming 10th National Leadership Conclave going to happen in New Delhi very soon. Thank you so much. Have a fantastic day ahead. I hope I made my point crisp and clear. Thank you, Dr. Seema.
Thank you, Dr. Pallavi. That was so profound. And I think since from the beginning, I'm telling that we need to reflect on things now. We need to really reflect on all the points that you have raised. So very important points. You have touched each and every aspect of gender. You spoke about health. You spoke about economic well-being. You spoke about mindset. You spoke about physical equality. That is what is needed. And that reminds me a powerful statement made by Dr. B.R. Ambedkar. He said, I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress which women have made. And that is what we have to do. We have to do it together. Again, each one of us, we are a small droplet in the ocean. But yes, to bring the sea change, each drop matters. So thank you, Dr. Pallavi. That was really profound. And thank you so much for extending your invitation for the forthcoming summit. And with such powerful speakers here on this platform, I know that many of them will become a powerful voice for your summit too. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Moving ahead, next we have another change agent. As Dr. Pallavi said, we need to make change agents. So another change agent here with us is none other than Dr. Reena Tandon Khatri. She is the CEO of Right to Rise, and she works a lot in the field of women and child rights. She's also a very passionate person when it comes to cyber safety. A TEDx speaker, she wears many feathers in her hat, and I would like to request her to please come forward and take this virtual screen. Dr. Khatri.
Good evening, Dr. Seema. Good evening, all dignitaries. Thank you very much, the entire Royal Council, Raja Rao Pagdipalli, Dr. Caroline ma'am, the most humble and most wanted person that we always go to because she's there to always listen to us. Thank you so much for having me here. And I'm really thrilled to be the last speaker here because I hear so many voices who are passionately wanting to create a change on the SDG Goal 5, along with creating peace across the world. And thank you very much for the humble and beautiful introduction, Dr. Seema. As always, you are really, really touching. Okay, so friends, today the topic has been very interesting and you've been hearing a lot about peace and gender equality. I'm not going to be talking much on that. Gender equality and peace is one question I want to ask you whether they are connected. We talk so much about equality. I need to ask you one question. How much of equality and peace do we actually have in our society? And is equality going to be generated in which way? The best way I see gender equality and peace happening in society, at least in India, is when we invest in women. And that's the only right thing to do because we need to reflect back in our own households, in our own society, and see whether we have an equal norm. That's the smartest way we can do before we change the entire world. So let's not even look at the world. Let's start looking at our own society, our own homes, our own premises. And I'm deeply convinced if you go ahead and look at your system, your maids, your home, your society, and the people around you, you will find a lot of untapped potential, people who have not even been approached, people who have not even been brought forward and asked to do something different in their life, which they are always having a dream of. So what equality to me means is that you go help those people to rise, you use their untapped potential, create sustainable systems, and then show that you can create business growth for not only yourself, but also for the people to come. Equality also means, specifically SDG Goal 5 talks about equality with women and children and how you can help them grow. And I only remember that the United Nations former Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, had told that unless peace can be only generated when gender equality is equal to sexual equality. Sexual equality means that you give equality not only to women and children, but also to the LGBTQ and the other 63 sexualities we have today in India. So regardless of the opportunities, regardless of the resources, peace can only be generated, and it is lacking only because we have conflicts starting from our basic foundation levels to the higher levels. When we look into freedom, we look into violence, we look into inequalities, we look into microaggressions. Today, I just completed a session which was talking about biases, stereotypes, and aggression. And working into cyber safety space, into POSH, which is more a law in India about prevention of sexual harassment act for women at workplace, we have a lot of biases that exhibit from within. Implied, implicit, unconscious biases that we don't know about people when we look at them at first sight, when we talk to them at first look, and we say, this person might be from this region, and I probably would not want to. I would like to. I like to work with these people. I don't want to work with these people, or I have a segregated class of people I want to work with. So I would say violence, fear of connecting with people, understanding the biases, microaggressions that we show towards people. We talk so many things to people unconsciously, not even being aware that they might get hurt and are in pain when we are talking certain lines based on their color, caste, creed, race, religion, culture, or discriminating them. And specifically for heterosexual groups, social groups that we don't even mingle, like the LGBTQ, which is lesbian, gay, transgender, and other communities which are there with there. We need to promote equality and say, hey, come and work with me. I'm there to support you. Let's get peace together in every different sector of work, personal, professional, when we are going ahead to generate this SDG goals. So meaningfully, if you're going to look at this, the effective outcome of this entire goal can only be done when we start from every small thing that ensures doable work, and long-lasting relationships can only be generated when we look at each person in the same way. Promoting gender equality is also equivalently attached to responsive laws. Just by probably going and propagating SDG Goal 5, what does it mean? Or even what is the expense or meaning of peace is not going to generate us the essence of this law. We will have to go into understanding the rights of women, rights of children, the girl rights, the educational rights, the freedom rights, the participation rights, equal pay rights, the Pregnancy Right Act, the inclusion of gender equality and WPS principles, a lot of schools that incorporate different caste, creed, race, religion, and different sector of children to participate for equal education. Each of these things are connected, friends. So please understand that it is not only about SDG 2030, which talks about 5 goals: people, prosperity, planet, peace, and partnership. We are always working towards these 5, but peace can be only generated when we see each person, at least our looks, our judgment towards a person is always equal. With this, I request that today in India, we have only 65.46% of women who are literate. The least you can do is get a pen and book and donate it across. And I'm sure everybody does that. And when we compare it with men, we have 82.14% of men. Even though the weightage of women to men in India, women are more, yet they are illiterate. Enrollment of girls on primary education level still is close to 100%, but not 100%. Child sex ratio of people getting abused, of undergoing pornography, has always increased to about 919 for every 1,000 boys that we are going through. So women not only are having equal position to be held at politics, but also undergoing a lot of unequal pace when it comes to workforce. So I would request if we can work on these areas and then see how equality can be generated and peace can be enforced. With this, I lay my session. Thank you so much for having me on this panel. It's extreme pleasure to be here, and highly grateful to Dr. Caroline, Rajarao Pagdipalli, and the entire team who has organized today, with gratitude to Dr. Seema Negi for having me here too. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Raina. It was so powerful. I mean, you have touched the right chord. Sometimes we consciously or unconsciously, what we speak does affect others, you know. So it is not just about a gender. It is not about just women. It is about all the 63 sexualities that you spoke about. Yes, we need to be sensitive about each and every one. So our word, actions, and deeds need to be in sync. You know, in Sanskrit, it said, yad bhav tad bhavti. The way we think and the way we want, so shall be. So when we want to become a change agent, what Dr. Pallavi said, and which I said, that you are a change agent, you do what you speak. You speak what you do. And that is how I think the entire society will transform, because each one of us, we might be a droplet, but the power of droplet can be seen here on this platform. So thank you so much for your wonderful thoughts. And yes, again, I'll emphasize on the point that each one of us need to reflect on everything that each and every speaker is speaking today, because when reflection happens, then we realize where we are and how far we have to go. So thank you, Dr. Khatri.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for having me.
Thank you. Moving ahead, we have one more very passionate person. She's joining us from Canada. She is Miss Monica Wirk from Canada, Director, Indo-Canadian Association. Again, a lady who is very passionate about bringing the reform in the society. So let's hear from her. So, Doctor, the entire screen is all yours. Mokshi
so
Virk,
much.
if I have pronounced your name wrong, apologies for that. Miss Mokshi Virk.
Thank you. That's what I was about to say, that my name is Mokshi Virk. I'm from Canada. Thank you for having me. All right. So first of all, I would like to thank Dr. Rajarao and Ms. Caroline for inviting me to be one of the speakers on this special platform on World Peace Summit. As you mentioned, I am a founder director of a not-for-profit organization known as Indo-Canadian Association. I'm also involved in a South Asian community in Canada as an events organizer, mentor, TV and radio host, and a business owner settled in Canada. My passion lies in community service and making a difference in the life of my fellow citizens. I moved to Canada from India in 2002 and decided to start this nonprofit organization with the purpose to help women, newcomers to Canada, youth and seniors through community programs and events. As we all know, gender equality is when people of all genders have equal rights, responsibilities, and opportunities. Everyone is affected by gender inequality. Women, men, trans and gender diverse people, children, and families. It impacts people of all ages and backgrounds. Gender equality means that men and women have equal power and equal opportunities for financial independence, education, and personal development. Uneven access to education, lack of employment equality, job segregation, lack of legal protection, lack of autonomy, poor medical care, lack of religious freedom, lack of political representation. These are the major causes of gender inequality. As we all know, women only make up of 5% of CEOs and 14% of executive committees of Fortune 500 companies in the world. The gender pay gap, despite abundant legislation in industrialized countries to ensure equal pay, the gender pay gap still exists. Occupation therapy is another issue. So what steps we can take to achieve gender equality in our communities? Talk to women and girls, stop sexual harassment, make education gender sensitive, raise aspiration of girls and their parents, empower mothers, give proper value to women work, get women into power. As we all know, 2020 was poised to be a milestone year in the movement of advancing women's rights and gender equality in the world. But in 25 years, since the signing of the Beijing Declaration on the World Conference on Women and the anniversary of the Sustainable Development Goals, rather than an opportunity to celebrate the progress towards the goal of these key pillars of progress, 2020-2021 brought us the global COVID crisis, presenting a serious challenge to the decade of movement towards greater gender equality. Women and girls have been particularly impacted. Women have faced steep job losses, and many have bravely served on the front lines of the crisis in our communities. They shouldered the burden of unpaid care work at home. They have been slower to return to work than men and continue to face challenges that threaten the hard-won gains of women empowerment. Women are not only the hardest hit by the pandemic, they're also the backbone of the recovery in communities. Putting women and girls at the center of economies will fundamentally drive better and more sustainable development outcomes for all of us. There has been a progress over the last decades. More girls are going to school. Fewer girls are forced into early marriages. More women are serving in parliament and positions of leadership. Laws are being reformed to advance gender equality, but we still need to do more. So 10 ways we can promote gender equality in our lives: share household chores with the family and childcare equally. Watch for signs of domestic violence. Support mothers and parents. Reject racist attitudes. Help women gain power. Listen and reflect. Hire diverse team. Pay the same salary for equal work. So what I believe is that the benefits of gender equality would be Gender equality would prevent violence against women and girls. Gender inequality is the root cause of violence against women. Gender equality is good for our economy. Gender equality is a human right. Gender equality makes our communities safer and healthier. So gender equality is achieved when women, men, girls, and boys are equal rights, conditions, and opportunities, and the power to shape their own lives and contribute to the development of the society. It's an equal distribution of power, influence, and resources. I'm a strong believer of women empowerment, and we have worked and collaborated with several community organizations in Canada and even in India. I've always said that it's hard being a woman, all the ups and downs we go through, and we wear multiple hats. We need a whole lot of confidence and power and courage to go out in this world and to take care of everyone around us. And most importantly, we still need to try to find some time and space for our mind to take care of ourselves. So I always say that if we can help a woman and in any way possible make their lives a little easier in a simple way, we should do that. As a nonprofit organization, we have been working collectively with other organizations to make and to help newcomers, women, and youth to settle down and make a productive changes to our community. Our organization is at look what we can all do together and empower each other. It's a combination of all our stories and ideas of our board members, our participants, our volunteers. We've been organizing events, workshops, seminars, so everybody can learn and benefit from it. To conclude, I would say that we need to understand that gender equality is not a female issue, which all the other speakers have been talking about. It's a social and economic imperative. It's vital that we all include men in this equation and welcome them to be a part of this forever. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miss Mokshi. You have touched those small nuances, which I think were very, very important. And you know, this is called empowerment when you went to a new country, but there also your heart was beating for women. You wanted to make a difference. You wanted to make it a safe place for all the Indians who were coming. You wanted to make a safe place for everyone who wanted you. You know, that kind of initiative, that ground level work, makes a lot of difference, and then whatever you speak, it comes from your heart. So that was so very empowering. Thank you so much for being a part of the summit today and sharing your experience. There are many listeners who are listening to us today. They will really understand that yes, there are people who are ready to help. There are people who are ready to hold your hands, and this is when each one of us stand for each other. When a woman supports another woman, magic happens. Magic does happen. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us today. And
thank you. It was a great. Yeah.
Thank you, Mokshi. And moving ahead, we have our another powerful speaker, Princess Dr. Loveleen P. EO. I hope I have pronounced the name correctly. She is an award-winning writer and a peace educator. And today we are deliberating about peace. Today we are talking about peace from all aspects, a peace wherein each and every one is equal, where we will no longer discuss about only gender. We will discuss about how when gender, such a sensitive topic like gender, is amalgamated with each and every aspect of life, peace prevails. So the entire virtual screen is your, Princess. Please take it over.
Namaste, and thank you, Dr. Seema, for the introduction. I feel delighted being with you all today at the World Peace Summit. You know, we hear all sorts of unrest that makes the headlines, from the pandemic, conflicts, to even unfair national wars that eventually come to an end. But the lifelong, continuous, and unjust war against women and girls that run in families, communities, and economies is yet to become history. Our world has been crippled by the actions of ill thoughts and bias towards women and girls, which stifles the air of peace. Non-peace is as a result of gender inequality greed, envy, hatred, abuse of power, loss of moral fiber, lack of proper education, corruption, religious fanaticism, racism, violation of rights, male dominance, disunity, and all forms of vices that creep out of hearts tuned to these hills, while peace is a necessity and the sole choice for a sustainable world. Peace and gender equality are interconnected, and in order to attain the culture of peace, then the nexus of equality must be strongly built. Understanding peace goes beyond seeing others as our neighbor. That's saying every human being as our other selves. As portrayed by the Lord Jesus is saying, do unto others what you want done to you. Because we are one humankind, irrespective of being male or female. The attainment of peace rests on the formidable foundation of the power of love. And we all have a role to play in the culture and nurture of peace. It begins from the home of our hearts. Because every act and deed stem from the heart, and all we do also affects those around us. What are our thoughts towards our fellow human beings? Why the bias, the envy, or preference to favor some incompetent men rather than competent women who have all the merits and desired qualities of leading in the service of humanity? I only crime the says just because she's a woman. They only want her to stay without dignity and nothing more. Sadly, to corroborate this, on International Women's Month this year, in my country, Nigeria, the lawmakers dealt progress of humanity a huge blow. They rejected gender bills, undermining the hard-won efforts of women. The lawmakers denied competent women the opportunity of representation and inclusion of up to as little as 35% in governance by voting against the bill for the sole reason she's simply a woman, no space, no chance for a woman. How can there be peace when we look down on others, oppress them from taking their rightful places, treat the female folks like they're less of human beings, discrediting a merit despite fully qualified, stopped from being educated because of some wicked cultural norms still in place to date, being deprived of a human right and are kept caged away from empowerment. The systemic barriers of which women and girls are wrongly subjected to constitute a promotion of injustice, which sets a very loud cacophony of imbalance on the rise. Peace means balance. It means equality, mutuality, and respect. But when we promote gender inequality, we empower this unjust continuous war, and a first third world is what we get to breed. Peace is knowing and respecting this, that a woman is equally human and our deserving rights, including a right to lead, must not be violated, but fundamentally respected. Leadership should be based on human merits, passion, competence, and qualities of service, such as sense of responsibility, problem solving, right sense of judgment, humility, honesty, mirroring right attitude, intelligence, empathy. Of course, these are never absent in a woman. And never should we continue to base leadership on the level of testosterone. Gender inequality is war against women, the vital life representation. It's a fight against peace, a violation of human rights, because the constituent of humans isn't just male, but male plus female, which is humanly right. Peace is maintenance of order, but when we promote gender inequality, we create a societal entropy full of regress, which never leads to progress, since growth gets shunted due to this majority of competence being oppressively caged behind gagged from speaking, stopped from making a positive and necessary contribution. When gender equality and rights enshrined are compromised, women marginalized, we create the absence of only peace, which is opportunity to better world. For human purpose, power, goodness, and love must be unleashed to douse the destructive flame of power, and thus begin from what we do in our hearts, because peace begins rightly from here. When we choose our hearts, making it grateful people and treating others, boy, girl, like we want to be treated, we stop being a workshop for all destructive weapons of the war. The goal of peace dictates fairness and equality ground. We need cup the arms we build in our hearts to hurt any woman or anyone and the women. Rather, let's plant seeds of love for one another. Let's stop the bias and discrimination against women and girls, ensuring their full participation and equal opportunities for leadership in the political and economic sector. Curbing, eliminating gender-based violence and all its real causes, forced early marriages, child rights, unleashing the full potential of all, including empowering women and girls and ensuring gender equality are ways of moving from a culture of war to that of a culture of peace. Thank you, Dr. Rao Pajitipali, Professor Caroline, and for your great works towards the advancement of peace across continents. And to the esteemed hosts, distinguished honorable guest speakers and audience, I thank you for listening. Lovely.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much, Princess Dr. Loveleen. Each word you spoke was so meaningful and mindful, and you rightly said, woman is equally human. The day we understand that, the society will be a much better society, because we need to understand if men are from earth, women are also from earth, so we have equal rights. Each and every family, if the day they will start bringing up their children equally, either boy or girl, society will see the transformation. And this transformation is the need of the hour, because we are dealing with a generation who is very powerful. We call them Generation Z. This generation needs to be empowered. This generation we need to make them understand that either you are a girl or you are a boy, you have equal rights. And what your country has done is really commendable. And this is how, changes come. And people like you who contribute for that wholeheartedly, you bring the change. So a gender equal society would be the one where the word gender will not exist. It will be where everyone will be their own self. And that is what each one of us, we are hoping for. And the day we achieve that, peace will always be there. Peace will then be a sustainable peace, which will be there for years to come. So thank you so much once again for being such a powerful speaker and adding so much value to this summit. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, I have my last keynote speech by none other than Ms. Poonam Gohti. She's a principal and educationist, again, very passionate about change, because as we see, educationists can bring a lot of change if they start changing it right from the elementary years. If we start changing the mindset of our children, the change will become easy. So now, Ms. Poonam, the entire virtual stage is all yours.
Good evening to one and all. Myself, Poonam Gohti. I am principal in Chitragurt, which is located in Kanpur. I am very thankful to World Peace Summit, Dr. Vijay Caroline Ma'am, Raja Rao sir, for providing me chance to express my view on the topic gender equality. Let's begin with the topic. Please allow me to share my screen, sir.
Sure, we will do the needful. Rajarao sir, we will have to make Poonam ma'am the co-host so that she can share the screen. Yes, you can share your screen now. You are the co-host.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is visible. Please go ahead.
Okay. This is the 5-day topic gender equality. Gender equality means equal rights for both men and women. That is, both genders should get equal responsibility in all the fields. Both men and women are important part of our society. We have been seeing that since ancient times, men and women are considered as an important part of society. If we do not give them equal rights, then one side of us will become frustrated, due to which we will not be able to awaken the feeling of social peace in us. Empowerment is such a topic which has been provided by women since ancient times, and people of that time have also accepted it, whether we talk about Sati Ansuya or talk about Gargi, Gandhari, Kunti, Draupadi, and about Kekai. They were not less than men in any form. Even in that era, women had equal rights, even if we could see it in the form of Sayambar and could also see in the war. When the era changed, the uncivilized society came. In that society, the work which was related to the home was given to the women, and the work which needed physical strength and the work which was to be done outside the house, the men kept it for themselves. The reason for this may be she was considered weak, and they considered that she would not be able to face all these situations. When the twins had the right to attend the Rajya Sabha, and their miserable conditions distressed, and they got the right of receive education. If we talk about outside India, even there women had a high status, and in this the biggest example of that of Florence Nightingale, who to become a nurse, but due to the dignity of the family, she was sent away from home by not given her valid right. But keeping in mind about human welfare, she kept her desire awake, and she became nurse and presented herself as an example of women empowerment. We can't forget Mother Teresa. Looking at the in perspective, during the British rule, Rani Lakshmibai set herself as an example of strong women empowerment. In the main dominant society, where in today's time, giving any rights to a woman is considered as giving her power and sense of trophy. Giving any right to women is like doing her a favor, and they believe that women are not able for this. Refusing this concept Mrs. Indira Gandhi presented herself as a successful Prime Minister, and likewise other women took themselves in other fields, be it education, judicial, administrative field, sport field, traveling to space, or it is the field of acting. Women have set an example in all these fields. But the male-dominated society does not believe in women empowerment. There are only a few women who are fulfill their dreams. Women, which is 50% of the population of our country, still do not have equal rights to education. If we talk about other sector, also there is no name of women working in agriculture. Even today in our society, daughters are considered as burden. They are also discriminated against in their diet. They are denied education. However, an educated girl can educate an entire family. Nature has also created an equal environment for all. The sun rises for all, the same wind blows for all, and we are also the element of the nature. So how can we give more rights to one and less to the other? These are the problems which I have presented in a small form. We have to see the solutions too. The government has made many schemes like Women Components Plan under the 9th 5-year plan, Mahila Plus Balka Samriddhi Yojana, National Program for Educational Girls and Elementary Level, Ladli Lakshmi Yojana, Apni Beti Apna Dhan. Apart from this, we should not use such words in the society which is discriminates the male and female. From school education itself, use those words which are same for both. In the field of sports, we should give importance to player rather than giving importance to the gender. The way we are giving equal rights to girls in the army, in the same way, should give equal rights to them in the field of sports also. Just as it has been said that a healthy mind develops in a healthy body, in the same way, healthy society is formed by the slip of uniformity. थैंक यू। मैं कुछ कविता के साथ कविता की कुछ अपनी वाणी को दान दूंगी। माँ मुझे, ये कविता उस बच्चे की है जो कि हत्या के लिए माँ जाती है तो 4 महीने के गर्भ से माँ को यह आवाज सुनाई देती है, माँ मुझे अपने आंचल की छांव में आ जाने दो, अपनी गुड़िया मुझे कहलाने दो, अपना अंश मुझे बन जाने दो, अपने सपनों को मुझ में बस जाने दो, माँ दादी को यह बताने दो, पापा को यह समझाने दो, वंश का नाम करूंगी, यह सपना सच हो जाने दो, माँ मुझे अपने आंचल की छांव में आ जाने दो। थैंक यू, वेरी थैंक यू टू वर्ल्ड पीस ऑफ समिति, विजय कैरोलिन मैम, राजा राव सर एंड ऑल ऑडियंस।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Poonamji, for presenting such beautiful stats and telling all of us about the number of initiatives that government is taking. Because for us, it is very important to understand that the time has come wherein we just don't have to speak about gender equality, but we have to make it possible. We need to make a society wherein it's whether it's a boy or it's a girl or it's a third gender. NEP also now says that you need to open the doors of schools for third gender. So we have to make a sustainable society. Then only peace can be achieved. Thank you so much for your beautiful words of wisdom. As rightly said, Nari, that's woman, Shakti, energy, Shrishti, creation, and Mahishashur Mardani, Devi, who eliminates the fear of devil Mahishashur. Every woman has a fundamental and birthright to master wisdom and weapon both. Nature has given that right to us. The ancient civilization, whichever country we are from, they have given us this right. Our in Indian society, Vedas have given this right to us. And so every woman has the right to Shastra and Shastra, that is knowledge and weapon, Atmagyan and Atmaraksha, inner knowledge and self-protection. In India, we say, Yatra Naryaste Pujante, Ramte Tatra Devata. But is that what we are looking for? We as women, we are not looking for anyone to pray for us or pray us. Do not consider as goddess, but consider as equal to them. Give us that equal right. Give women the equal right, whether you are from India or from whichever country you are, because that is what we are forward now. May I request Mr. Tarun Tiwari to kindly take it forward now.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Seemanegi ji, and our previous moderator, co-host, Alka Mahajan Madam. It's wonderful. And I would like to start my things from this background picture. This is Lord Shiva here in my back. And we called as Ardhanarishwar. That means he's a man and a woman. From the very long time, without the feminism and the feminine dimension, he cannot be a yogi. And I strongly believe in this. And today, before we start this panel discussion round of this 5th day of Peace Summit, Global Peace Summit, where theme is gender equality and women empowerment, I want to thank Dr. Raja Rao sir for choosing all the speakers today. Out of 22 moderator and speakers, we have 19 women change makers, real change makers, like our chief guest Nupurji, Dr. Nupur. She is also reformer. She is helping. She is doing here, not only speaking. It's she, and not only she, Dr. Chinda Shidamita, Madam, she is also a social reformer, change maker. Dr. Megha, she is author, singer, and Dr. Veda Dinesh, she is also educator. Dr. Pallavi, she is a filmmaker, she is a TV presenter. Dr. Poonam Gothi, she is author, speaker, and Dr. Mokshi Virik, she is also a social activist. So today, we all can see the real change makers, the real empowered women here. And we already observed and learned a lot from their life learning, live experience, practical experience. This is really great honor, great pleasure for all of us. And this session is really very, very worthy. So moving ahead, I would like to invite our first panel speaker, Ishaq Abiduan. Respected Ishaq sir, please.
Thank you very much. Can I proceed? Can I proceed?
Yes, please.
Okay. I stand here today to pay my dues to this academic community. I'll also to partake in an academic ritual and traditional, which over the age has been a plumb line action in measuring my career relevance, academic excellence, and sustained commitment to scholarship. My decision to share my thoughts or idea on this topic of discourse, which is gender inequality and how it has affected human capacity building and sustainable development, which is both personal and institutional. And I took this upon myself because of the initial fascination of mostly on human capacity building and sustainable development. However, we are already submitted with a cornucopia of legal ceramics. And also what we need is to ensure a capital compliance of equality, gender rule of law. It is very crucial. Now, what has always been a major question of debate and argument over the years and in decades is the cause of inequality. However, it has been subjected to that there are many scholars that have argued for the place of gender equity instead of equality. Gender issues have been during times immemorial, mostly discussed, which today has degenerated into an adopted culture and belief. Patriarchy can be termed as its greatest root, whereby women happens to be victims of gender-related issues. The constant infringement of women's rights makes human rights to suffer its own fulfillment. The denial of women access to ownership of public and private properties, context in political system, and employment in more sensitive position makes the containment of the supposed fundamental human rights indicate emptiness in the society. Therefore, vetted several human infringed rights, mostly upon women, such as domestic violence, human trafficking, female abuse, among others, and all sorts. So we may begin to ask ourselves that how are they connected to gender issue? The deprivation of women equality has crested in the minds of opposite gender. The opinion that women are of a lower standard, therefore should be less considered. It should be less considered as a competition against men. First and foremost, we have to understand the two key factors in this topic, which is gender equality and sustainable development goals. We have to understand what this factor means, what makes them independent, and what makes them inextricably linked to the progress of capacity building and leadership development. So we are going to bring limelight into these two before we venture into the context of the discourse itself. So right from the ancestral generation, patriarchal settings of every relationship that existed or is still existing in the present world, or let's say in our country as we speak, indicates that gender equality as an opposite form of gender inequality, whereby the human rights of individuals are not infringed based on gender or any forms of discrimination. Now, that is to say that individuals are allowed to have access to private properties, have access to health, have access to equal work labor in companies, industries, and firms. In this case, the equal leverage is given to both genders in the society. So gender equality is just the most truest form of relationship that ought to exist in the society, because it does not only conforms unity, but it also conforms to togetherness and collective responsibility towards progress, growth, and development in the society. This will help us to picture gender equality as not being patriarchal, as not being a system of disenfranchisement human, one which we have our women to also hold certain political offices, have access to education, have access to health, specifically public health and treatment, have access to higher and sensitive workforce position in any labor company that requires human workforce. So gender equality revokes against the odds of gender inequalities. There won't be any sort of religious, cankerous belief, ethnicity, or tribalistic measures towards expressing, maintaining the relationship, social status, and institutional status in the world society. When we happen to have a religious and ethnic or tribalistic form of measure, there we shall begin to have this culture and tradition that permits the roles of men higher than the roles of women in the society. And that is where we'll be having human eating belief that women are of lesser level and that they belong to the kitchen. They talk and believe that a man should not or should ever try to engage a woman in sensitive position as they will not deliver in the same way men will. All of this happen to be ethnic and religious. They are actually religious because they are prone to affect our mentality while maintaining our social relationship. So gender equality cuts across all of these. It cuts across all odds and also beats against them. So on the other end, sustainable development goals, on the other end, can take this position. We can have it that when there is an economic declination of growth, or when an educational system faces a downslope, or when the social system faces a downline, then we seek for improvement. We begin to seek for measures and ways to improve them, measures and ways to build them, measures and ways to help them to get to their feet back. And it becomes our goals. It becomes our sustainable development goals, sustaining the human strength, sustaining factors that we hate human development. Elucidating more about sustainable development goals, SDG, it is a proper scheme which can also be an educational policy upgrade, bearing the likewise form of social system building where we have sensitization, where we have vocational empowerment program, gender equality campaign, and say no to domestic violence. Let's just have everything at our social vices campaign. We are working towards exerting energy into rebuilding and restructuring the areas within the country facing a downline in the landscape of upgrade or development. Sustainable development goals can be achieved. How? That is the question that seems to be searchable in the topic. And we know that we have to be inquisitive to some extent. How? And then we are bringing capacity building into this. We know capacity building happens to be a leverage, a platform or a fertile ground with quality and high uplift section where people will be fed with knowledge and values about certain field of study or about certain skills, which could be vocational and professional, formal or non-formal. It builds and imparts knowledge, share ideas, review challenges about certain skills, and then also make the beneficiaries to actually learn the roles of certain skills. The demand that could make certain skills profitable to individuals in certain locality. In essence, capacity building works in tandem with sustainable development goals because it aims to solve the problem of either education, solve the problem of an economic downtime, solve the problem of social vices, or solve the problem of social health. The question becomes, how has gender equality immensely affected capacity building and sustainable development goals in an aim to achieve those goals, such as poverty, hunger, climate action, peace and justice, affordable and clean water, and among others in a certain country or in a certain society. We wouldn't need a one-sided participation, deeply rooted from the grassroots level to the general level, which we can call actually the higher level. It must have the involvement of both males and the females together, engaging in discourses about empowerment program, alleviating hunger in the society. We happen to know that the females are depicted more with motherly compassion than the males. Okay, so now this is not under this is another picture of gender inequality, but then we have to understand that we have one opportunity we can offer one another. Equal to the above, women are prone to exhibit that determined effort towards achieving sustainable growth in a society. That men happens to be the planner and the supporting engine when it comes to fueling the demand of such journey traveling work. So once we have men that are support engines, and we have mother as a compassionate engine in which to work with mind and in communion with the men, then we will be able to reach a consensus on how to achieve a sustainable development goal. For instance, when we create access to political participation, you will all agree with me that we could have women being placed in sensitive political offices, which according to their nature help them get easily closer to the people than the men, as they have in possession what they can bring to the negotiation table, which will be of benefit to the world society at large, and also to the men who happens to be the opposite gender. Practically speaking, stabilizing this gender, which happens to be the women, makes the system of government or system of development in the society one-sided than the myriad of factors that will affect the tribe of the capacity. We know quite well that the females being discussed to, that means whatever we want to teach the people, whatever we want to impact in the lives of the people, it apparently involves both male and female. Apparently, we could see that working hand in hand collectively to achieve the capacity building of individuals, and then we can happily say that gender equality will bring both men and women together to work hand in hand to improve inefficiency that is already existing in the society. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable input. As time is running out, we have to. There is some technical problem also. We are not getting your proper voice. So I request
let me conclude. Can I conclude? Can I conclude, please? Yes. Okay. So gender equality on its own, it provides opportunities, and then providing equal opportunities is one of the aims and objectives of capacity building, in which we have both males and females come together to actually create innovative ideas which will lead to the growth and development of the economy. It becomes easy to achieve a sustainable development goals because equal opportunities have been achieved or created regardless of discrimination of gender differences. If we are having gender equality in the society, then growth becomes easier, and that is the mission statement of sustainable development growth. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable High Esteemed Speaker. Thank you for your input. And now I would like to call Ms. Chandrakala Mishra as the next panel speaker. Please join Chandrakala, madam.
Very good evening. Very warm welcome to all the dignitaries here. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I would like to have my presentation. Can I share it? Tarunji, can you help me out?
Yes.
I need it.
So I request Raja sir.
I have already sent the request to sir. By the time the presentation starts, I would really like to appreciate Dr. Megha Bharti, ma'am. I will really keep this in mind that you cannot demand respect; you have to earn that. And again, the word feminism is used in different forms here. So that also we have to keep in mind that it should not be misused in a wrong way, and it should be used as an empowering thing. Tarunji, can you request?
Yes, I request technical team to please make Chandrakala Madam co-host.
Thank you, sir.
Madam, please continue.
Yeah, just 1 minute, sir. I don't know how to share from my screen only.
Madam, you just have to click on share screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing, but it is on my desktop. How to get from there?
You first share your screen, then you can go.
Okay. I've shared my screen. Tarunji, can you help me?
Yes, madam, your screen is shared. Please go to your PPT and you can show us.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, visible. Please continue.
Just 1 minute, sir. Again, when we're talking about the World Peace Summit, peace word itself is very soothing. We want to be at peace at all the time. And again, today's topic is SDG Goal 5, that is achieving gender equality and empowering all women and girls. Again, it is further divided into 6 segments, that is, end discrimination against all women and girls. I'll go one by one so that we can save the time. So again, we talk about the discrimination against all women and girls. It do happen. It do happen at all the level. It depends how it happens. So you may be in a very developed country, you may be in a developing country, but again, the mentality of people is required to change. So it should start from the family. So first thing, the change in the mentality of parent is very important. Girl child birth must be celebrated. In India, we say Lakshmi Aayi hai. So that is very important to be celebrated, treated equally. Equal treatment of love, care, healthy diet, and education to kids, whether girl or boy, must be given. Again, in the change in the mentality of society, here we as a society have to acknowledge a wife, a mother, a homemaker, a student. We don't have to see whether she is working, whether she is not working. She is contributing in our life, and that is why she should be treated equally. Again, equal opportunity to all the employees and different professionals. Entrepreneurship, we can see women are achieving new height. Women are achieving new height. So again, this is possible when the discrimination is not there. And if discrimination is there, we have to break that. Again, the policies where the women can be given more empowerment, they can share their knowledge, where they can share their new ideas, must be given a chance. Second goal is, second topic is eliminate all harmful practices such as child marriage. Again, it depends how you perceive this. So previously, girls were married earlier because they do not used to study too much. I'm talking about the mid era of 17th, 18th, 19th century I'm talking about. But again, now the scenario has changed. You have to empower girls with information, different skills, and support with the right network to know what is right for her, what is wrong for her. You have to empower women and girls to express their rights and their proper rights where they can judge. Again, we have to provide them with the economic support and incentives so that their family can help them take good education, to have a good career, to have a good choice in their life. Marriage is not the priority. The priority is to be settled down, to be your own in your life. Again, you have to educate parent and community members also. You can see that the mentality of society plays a major role in the growth of a child, girl child. So yes, society plays very prominent role when they treat girls equally. Again, I don't believe in equal term here, because men, women, they all are individual and they all are unique in their own term. Here, when we are talking about empowering women, here I mean to say that we have to open our eyes and see that we are empowered. We have to just use the right power everywhere. So here we have to give the high quality education, right kind of knowledge, right kind of atmosphere where they can learn new skills. Again, we have to see the laws are in favor of girl child, where child marriages can be stopped, especially I am from North, so child marriages are very prevalent there. But now the scene has changed a lot, and I believe it will move further also. Again, there's discrimination against all women and girls. Eliminate violence against all women and girls. Here again, women are entitled to the equal enjoyment and protection of all human rights and fundamental freedoms in the political, economical, social, cultural, civil, and other fields. How we can do that? Again, we have to give the right kind of information, right kind of law, where the person who is troubling women, the perpetrator here should be treated with the right kind of law. Here in the school, as a school principal, as a school teacher, I believe that sex education, good touch, bad touch, respect for the opposite gender is very prominent. Again, we have to form committee, working committee, not on the paper only, working committee where we are talking about POXO, protection of children from sexual offenses. Even we have to form the POSH, where I think Khatri ma'am will be a better person to speak here, because at workplace, women, men, both are working and both are equally ill-rated sometimes. So when we talk about the empowering, we should talk about the laws which will be helpful them to make it move forward. Again, many ad films, many movies, many advertisements, many serials show women as a sex object, show women as a sex object, or treat as a sex slave. So it should be dealt with a strict action. Again, we have to question the gender rule. Normally, girls are given Barbie doll and boys are given maybe engineer's dress or something. So we have to neutralize that. In school also, the similar toys are offered to boys and girls. Even boys are taught how to help parent in the kitchen or how to maintain your bed and all, and girls are taught how to go to a bank to deposit the checks or to buy your own things. So your gender equality doesn't mean to bifurcate them, to mean to treat them equally, to respect them equally. Again, we have to think globally, but again, to act locally, we have to start from home. If we are treating our children, if we are treated well, and we are treating our children well. I have one boy and one girl. Both our children are equally. I always tell my daughter, don't be dependent on anyone in that case. You have to be your own power. You don't have to be dependent on anyone for your happiness, for your approval, whether how you're looking or how you're moving in your life. You can have a role models, but again, you should not be dependent on anyone. Again, recognize and value unpaid care and domestic work. Again, your women perform the 3/4 of the work, which is unpaid and maybe not cared about. And especially when we are in India, we believe that women are the kitchen master and men are supposed to sit on the sofa with garam pakoda and one hot cup of tea. So at my home, I have broken this system. My son equally cooks, my husband equally cleans the room, and my daughter and I, we both like we divide our work equally, we give equal freedom to each other, equal space to each other. So as I said, it begins from one home and then it moves from the society to the bigger places. So your sharing of household chores and childhood care equally is very important, so that women can get ample of time to do the other activity where she will feel that she is more better in that case. We have to recognize, yes, women are not recognized in that case. It is like unimportant work. Okay, it is her role, and also we have to change this. We have to change this burden of unpaid care. Definitely, I don't want it to be paid, but again, I want it to be recognized and shared equally. Again, we have to reduce the burden. We have to reduce the burden on women. Again, when the sharing is there and when the affordable and quality time-saving infrastructure are available, definitely burden will reduce and women can get more time to enhance her skills, enhance her personality. And representing is very important. So when we represent different policies, different schemes, different services for the women, they will be equally given importance in the society. Again, we have to protect the rights of women. We have to give them dignified work. We have to see when they are at workplace, they are treated well, they are paid equally, because many a times it is being observed that for the same position, women are paid differently and men are paid differently. I don't know why this kind of treatment is required. But again, when we protect their rights, when they have many policies where they can complain about that and they can move further. Again, the next one is the leadership role. Again, there are only, as per the September 21, there are only 26 women serving as a head in the government in 24 countries. So you can believe in 24 countries, only 26 women are serving as a head. And just 10 countries are having as a woman head and 13 countries have a woman head of government. So again, this is very small data. I had a large data when I was studying for this. And I thought in spite of putting this, let us put our example. We are leading. We are playing very lead role in our society. Let us don't take it very lightly. Let that light burn in you and let that flame go to the next girl, next woman who can take the power from you. So when you play your role majorly properly, you play a very powerful role. So your first thing we have to do, treat women, treat girl equally and let her here at home, her opinion, her role in the home budgeting, family decision making should be given importance, given equal importance, whether it is girl child or boy child. Again, technologies are there where women are getting empowered. They are learning new skills, developing new skills. They are entrepreneurs, there are writers, there are women who are working from home, but they are managing family, children, and all the things together. Again, men are playing important role here when they are supporting the women here. So if given opportunity, women leader demonstrate leadership skill, they give gender equality, they give elimination of violence, gender-based, again, parental leave, childcare. Many schemes are there where women play a very major role in the leadership. Again, the sexual and reproduction health and right. Here we are talking about. So what are the violations? Here the denial of essential services, poor quality services, forced sterilization, forced virginity examination, forced abortion without women prior consent. Again, female genital mutilation here, and the early marriage. So again, as per the Committee of the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, UN, CEDAW, there are different articles which talk about the freedom of women. So here I'm not going to read this all about. Here the different articles are made to be implemented. So let us take oath, that let us take pledge that we will implement our own rules and regulation, where at home we are going to divide our roles properly, give respect to each other, whether it is gender, male or female, have the freedom of speech here, which is very important. And equally we can contribute. Again, all the SDGs are interrelated. So if only goal 5 is to be developed properly, other SDGs should be given proper importance, whether it is hunger, whether it is water, whether it is your other issues. So these all are interlinkages. So equality in all is very important. And last but not the least, together we can, if we wish, we can do it together. And I will conclude my statement with, we cannot change what we are not aware of. We cannot change what we are not aware of. And once we are aware, we cannot help but change. So now we are talking about SDG. So we should be spreading more awareness about that, and we should not be negligent that we are not aware or we know only this much part or that much part. Equality in all. Women itself is so powerful that they don't need recognition or confirmation from other. Yes, family, society, nation plays major role when they respect women and give them proper platform. And I appreciate that. So let us take a pledge together. We can achieve the goal of 2030, and we can have a broader horizon for that. Thank you very much, Tarunji. We can move forward.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chandrakala Mishra Madam, for this informative, great presentation. And definitely, he is a part of she. And as I got the message, male is part of female. So I'm completely agree with your each and every words. And now it's time for our next panel speaker, Dr. Smita Sain. Please welcome, madam, and share your valuable input. Dr. Smita.
Yes, yes, sir. I'm here. Yeah. Am I audible, sir?
Yes, madam. Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to share my screen. Yeah. Is it visible, sir? Is it visible now, sir? Yeah, okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. First of all, I would like to thank you, Dr. Raja Rao, and the entire organizing committee of Royal Council to speak here. I don't want to take much time because all the eminent speakers, they provide a lot of inputs regarding the gender equality. So I would like to add some points because I prepared a lot of contents, but after hearing all those things, I thought why I'm going to repeat all these things again. So I would like to have a quick view about the gender equality, and I would like to share my thoughts regarding that. So we know that the SDG 5, that the main goal is to achieve the gender equality and empower all the women and girls. As a columnist, I'm an educator, a columnist, and entrepreneur also. So as a columnist, I contributed a lot about in this area. Regarding the child marriage, domestic violence, violence against women. I've written a lot of articles about that, especially during this pandemic period. I have done a lot, and what I experienced from that after this COVID, all the violence against women that increased a lot. So what can we do for that? And the facts and figures that shows that the violence against women, that's a global pandemic. And as many of the speakers said, that 1 out of the 3 women, that means 35% of the women worldwide between the ages of 15 and 49, they've experienced physical violence, sexual violence, and both. And one thing we have to notice, most of this violence is from the intimate people, I mean intimate partners, or the people surrounding these girls or the women. So also the research shows that the world we are in a since 2015. So many we have done regarding this gender equality. A lot of NGOs are working for that. Like we are speaking a lot about that. But despite the decades of the progress, we also know that millions of women and girls still they are facing the violence and discrimination. So we need that gender equality. As many of the speakers said, gender equality is not about the equality of women, it is about the human right. Right. We have to free from that bias. We have to free from that stereotypes. We have to free from that discrimination. That is the gender equality. So what are the solutions for that? Many of my speakers said we have to educate the girls. Education is the best way to empower the girls, empower the women. Through education, what we can do, or what we can offer as parents, we can offer the girl child to be financially independent, because many relations, they are stuck in the toxic marriage or toxic relationship because of that financial dependency. So we have to make our girls financially independent. That is one of my message to all the parents, and we have to educate them how much it is possible. We have to educate our girls. Also, for the boys, we have to educate the boys how to treat the women, how to treat the girls well. I have 2 boys, I'm doing that. So we have to respect the girls, we have to respect the women, that we have to educate the our children, especially our boys, how to treat the women in a respect way. And other thing is, when these girls, they go to a workplace, they are facing that gender pay gap. Gender pay gap, that is a very big issue nowadays, because women are getting women and men are not getting the equal salary. Men are getting more, women are getting less, and they are doing the same job. Women are paying less. Why that gender pay gap? That is another thing. Why the women are staying in home? Lot of educated women, why they are staying in home? Because of this low salary. I know so many women, they are staying in home even though they are highly educated, because they are not getting much pay when compared to the women when they are sharing the same position. These women are discriminating in that. So that gender pay gap, that is one of the big issue why women are not in the labor force. When we take the statistical data, we can see that 47% of women in worldwide, they are in the labor force when compared to the men, because of this gender pay gap. So we have to close that gap. That is another solution. We have to empower the women to speak their rights. They should know what they are getting from their organization, whether they are equally paid or not. For that, we have to empower the women. They have to speak, they have to negotiate their salary, their position, whatever it is. No, don't keep silence. And another thing is, we have to empower the women to know about their reproductive rights, allow them to decide about their reproductive rights, like when they have to be, when they want to, whether they want to be pregnant or not, whether they need abortion or not, how many child they need. Give them the space for these people, for the women. So that also make them more empowered. And another one is know your rights well. So many ladies, so many women, so many girls are not aware about their legal rights. That is one of the main issue they are facing. The violence at workplace, violence at public place and all. So what we have to do is we have to educate them. In the school level itself, we have to educate at least the basic law, basic legal rights. We have to educate them. In our education system, that moral education is there, of course, in the school. But when going to the college and all, we cannot find any such papers there. So we have to educate the boys as well as the girls in order to know about their legal rights. So know your rights is very important, especially the basic rights. So if once we know about our basic rights, we will speak more. That also reduce the violence against women. And one thing, after listening to all these eminent speakers, I coined one word like lead. How we can empower the girls more. One is L stands for the lifelong learning. Dear ladies and dear women, don't stop your learning. You have to learn in your, the whole life. You have to learn something. Now we have the opportunity. After this pandemic, especially after the pandemic, we have getting lot of opportunities to learn. So that learning, that knowledge or that information make you more empowered. And another one is the empathy. That means E. E stands for the empathy. Empathy means that when compared to the boys, the girls are more empathetic towards others. We are more caring mentality. We have more when compared to the men. But this caring mentality or that attitude, when these women go to the workplace, they face that challenge there. So what my message is, don't put your empathy into your competitors. When at the workplace, you have to be bold, you have to be you don't be too much empathetic towards the competitors or to the workplace, because it will be a challenge for you. So another thing is the authenticity, that is the A. That means you should be authentic yourself. That means so many my friends said, be unique yourself. We are unique. We have so many talents. So for that, we have to know ourselves first. We have to know that self-awareness. What are my strengths? What are my weakness? We all know about that, and we have the mentality to care about ourselves, and we have to prioritize our goals, objectives, whatever it is. So be authentic yourself, and developing others. That is D. That means the collaboration. We have to support the women. We have to support each and everyone. Through that way, through that networking, through that collaboration, we can develop ourselves, we can develop others also. So I'm going to conclude that the gender equality is not just about the women's right, it is about the human rights. So it is our mindset we have. That is, it depends upon the mindset. Each and everyone can contribute about this gender equality, how we treat the women, how we treat the treat others. That we have to contribute from ourselves. Thereby we can achieve a sustainable future with the active participation of women and girls, and especially in the labor force. The women, that rate is very, very low. We have to educate the women more. We have to empower them more in order to participate in the labor workforce, where that is not only benefit for them, to the country, also to the whole nation also. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smita, for your valuable input. Definitely, women rights are women rights, and we believe in this. To continue this panel discussion, I would like to invite our esteemed panel speaker, Joseph B. Dimano. Please welcome Joseph, sir. After, I would like to request Trechi, Miss MB Trechi. I would like to request our next panel speaker, Dr. Jared Akkamo Yari. I think last panel speaker, MD Sumon Rahman. Over to you, Raja sir. So, yes, yes, Arnav Adkar, madam.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rajarao. But yes, I was like, I'm just going to just 1 minute because I'm not prepared. I have a lot of other works engaged with. But yes, thank you so much. And it was really the wonderful speakers that they gave their pearl of wisdom on gender equality was really amazing. Loads of takeaway from how you can, make yourself motivating you as a woman. You need not need empowerment. You are an empowerment in your own self. That is what is the real fact of what a woman is. And it's not the disparity between a man or the difference between a man and a woman, because they say that women is incomplete without a man, but until unless the respect that it has been given by a man to a woman, that is where the relationship goes, whether it is a brother to a sister, whether it is a husband to a wife, whether in any relation, it is that the respect that comes. And many my eminent speakers said that as educationists, they said that we need to groom our children, I mean, especially the boy kids, to make sure that they give that respect and to the women. But how do we do that? We have to inculcate those thoughts, those values, those characters in them, instill in them, make them inculcate in them, imbibe in themselves in such a way that once they grow, once they become an adult, they know how to treat. At the same time, the parents also need to know, because they are the main teachers at home. They need to know how mother respects father and how father respects mother. If they do not view that in their own house, definitely they will end up or grow up seeing not love, but they will see that, yes, I can boss over anybody, anywhere, however I want, and they can take advantage. So that's very, very important. And yes, this the SDG 17 goals, as I mentioned in my previous speech, that each one is interlinked with one or the other, and how we are going to mold each and every one according to that to save our country and to save our future. Yes, let us be proud that we are women. Let us fight for not for equality, but grow yourself to the one that others come and respect you. Earn the respect, as Chandrakala had said, and Dr. Bharati, I suppose, right? And she said that earn the respect. Yes, you cannot demand the respect and earn that respect. You as a woman, the way you carry yourself, the way you talk, the way you treat others shows what you are. And it's not that, you demand, oh, I'm a woman, please give respect. No, nobody would give.
There also. And today, today was the day where change maker, real change maker, real reformers here, like Nupur, Advocate Nupur Madam, she is already doing from very long time that social reformer Madam. She is also doing great tribal projects, and this is something unique experience, life changing experience, and inspirational experience for all viewers, speakers, and all. We can after this summit, I definitely assure all of you that definitely great change will happen. Great impact will be, we can see the great impact of this great summit. Over to you, respected Big Brother Rajarao sir.
Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. Really, you are doing commendable job, brother, because it's night, midnight, it's 11:30. But still, you are fantastic. Thank you, brother. Thank you so much. So I'll wind up this program in 3 or 4 minutes. Just I want to speak about our speakers who left here as a token of respect. It's like a vote of thanks. So, as usual, I start with our beloved women leader, Alka Mahajan ma'am. Alka Mahajan ma'am, really, you are energy. You just electrified the program with your gracious beginning. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you so much. Can I see you? Your video is off. I think you might have been hearing my speech. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you so much for giving so much energy to this program with your great startup. Then Dr. Seema Negi ma'am, we know she is the symbol of education. We say in Telugu, Chaduvul Talli Saraswati, a symbol of goddess. Comparison, just a comparison. She looks like that whenever she presents on the screen. Such grace appears on screen. Thank you, Dr. Seema Negi ma'am. Thank you so much for your so much grace, aura that you have given to this program. And Arun brother, really you are so much balanced. Actually, today I want to join here and there, but I am afraid because the way they are moving, of course, they are women, they are friends, they are close friends, mothers, sisters. But when it comes to their rights, we cannot touch them. We cannot hold them. But you very well balanced, brother. So just I stopped my video and I keep on listening to each and every speaker. Just I want to, actually, women are blessed with so many gifts from God. You believe it or not?
Definitely,
Whether it is
definitely.
physically, psychologically, whatever it may be. To get a government job for women, it's a very simple task. To get 99.99% for women, it's a simple task. To get 9 ranks out of 10, it's a very simple task. To by heart 10 questions in a lesson or 10 lessons entirely, it's a simple task. They can do whatever the task that is given to them. But unfortunately, even though they were all gifted by God, the society set barriers. That's not one barrier. We cannot, countless barriers. Wherever they go, there is a barrier. So, anyway, we don't know what is happening in our society, but the day will come. Actually, if women are empowered, you know who are the fortunate people? The gents are fortunate people. Because it's at a point, women can't bear the stress. They die because of heart attacks or cardiac arrest. As I am entering 40 plus, every day I feel, because of stress, someone died, because of stress, this person died. So, what I am doing these days, I am reducing my stress. I keep on doing that because one Kannada actor, he's a very young and energetic person. You know what he died unexpectedly. He was Mako Man, Bahubali type person, but he died. So after seeing all these who are near to 40 plus or 30 plus, they are dying. That is what happening just because of stress. Because stress is a disease which won't be visible to doctors or on any diagnostic center. It will be there, but women are very fortunate because we don't see generally cardiac arrest to women because they can bear any stress because they fight or they cry. There are two weapons with women to get rid of their stress. The first thing is they fight. Sometimes they cannot fight. If they cannot fight, they cry. So in both ways, you are getting rid of whatever the burden you have in your mind. And women generally share if something seems like stress. So that is also a good thing. But it doesn't happen in gents. So anyway, women are blessed with so many. Brother, Daru Veera Suman brother, kindly mute your. So anyway, women are blessed with so many talents, gifts. But the thing is, there are so many barriers they are supposed to fight. Of course, they are fighting. If you see today program, really that's amazing. But I'm expecting that the day is sooner, because not only in India, everywhere the women are rising, the time has come. So everything goes fine. But women empowerment is for the sake and for the benefit of gents only. So that has to be realized first. There won't be any competition, but it is a benefit to gents. Then I want to say thanks to Chandrakala Mishra ma'am. In the crucial moment in the end, you have given a descriptive presentation, ma'am. Thank you so much for your presentation. And Smita Shain ma'am. Smita Shain ma'am is recommended to me by my elder son Prince. He asked me, you would send her invitation or not? So I was forced to send. Of course, I have.
Yeah, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I saw her profile. Even then, let us give her some chance to some experienced people. I thought so, because it is a subject which has so much of weight. But he forced
Thank
me.
you so much, sir.
After seeing her profile, really, I was also so much impressed. And we sent her immediately that invitation. And she proved great. Dr. Smita ma'am, really, you are awesome. You are doing commendable job. And the way you
Thank you,
have
sir.
presenting the women's struggles on media, that's so great, ma'am. Wish you all the best. You do so many wonderful, you reach so many milestones in your life, ma'am. Thank you
Thank
for
you, sir.
joining.
Thank you, sir.
Then Ambassador Dr. Joseph, legend brother, you are really legend from since first day you are joining with us, and there will be a day for you. You also become a keynote speaker, and we'll see the things, brother. Thank you so much. Lilibeth ma'am, thank you for joining today also. And Aruna Wadkar ma'am, yes, actually, we wanted to see you today on screen because every day, for some reason, you are showing as a moderator or as a speaker, but today we also expected the same from you, because you are also the best example for women empowerment. Really, so that's what you are. Aruna Wadkar ma'am, women empowerment. That's all. Both are same. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you so
for your
much. My
presence.
pleasure.
And yes, then Taru Veera Venkat Suman brother, thank you for joining every day. We remember your services, brother. We felicitate you on the closing ceremony. Thank you, brother. Please join us every day. Dr. Megha Bharati ma'am. Wow. So we cannot describe her in words. Dr. Megha Bharati ma'am, because today morning I happened to see all her achievements. Really, she's so much great, a visionary leader. Because I think that if there are women think like that, think like her or do like her, then gender equality is very sooner. Just if you interact with her, or if you see her profile or her achievements and all these, or even her appearance also, even the way she appears, and it gives, if even gents cannot think after seeing her in a wrong way. So because her body language sends some messages to the people, those who were opposite to her. Don't play with Meghna. Who says that? Her body language. Her body language says, really, that is the power a woman needs. That is the power a woman, even in appearance, because appearance is a lot. Appearance is a lot. Of course, she has a lot of skills, skill set, achievements, milestones. I happen to see many today morning, and I thought that she was the right person, because the best example for women empowerment. And if you want to see the personification of women empowerment, we can see in the form of Dr. Megha Bharti ma'am. Ma'am, really, you are doing great job, and you can inspire so many women, because the only thing that lacks in women is that's a fear, the fear factor, because to do or not to do. So this is the thing. This is the thing that setting them back. But people like you, when you stand in society, seeing you as a role model, they can energize themselves. They can overcome the fear factor that is there inside them. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for giving a best presentation, not only with your words, but with your appearance. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Geeta Suryavanshi, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. We remember you in the last day closing ceremony, because you are the best follower and best delegate. And Poonam Goti, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You did a wonderful presentation, ma'am. Very balanced presentation. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. And Shrikant Kalurkar. Thank you, ma'am. Shrikant Kalurkar, sir, tomorrow you are a keynote speaker. So please join us, sir, because you are joining every day. But tomorrow is very important day for you because you are the keynote speaker. Without taking your permission, we have printed your name, photo in the flyer, and tomorrow morning we are
great. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. SDG 6 tomorrow topic, sir. We need your support and blessings with your presence in tomorrow. And
Sure, sir.
And all Vishwanath Panigrahi, sir, a senior personal. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining every day and giving your support to this World Peace Summit. And Vincent X, sir, you are really great, sir. Not only as a speaker, as an audience, from the beginning to end, you are encouraging and giving review to each and every speaker. Sir, can you please appear on screen, sir? Vincent X, sir, can you switch on your video? So people are inquiring in chat box, who is Vincent A, sir? Who is Vincent A, sir? Yes, he's a great person. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining us, and all the best people today. We have all the sessions, all the speeches, all the presentation. Because from day one onwards, it's growing every day. We are giving more power. Day by day, we are increasing the power. We are increasing the energy level. So that's going to be great. And from tomorrow onwards, we are going to focus more on panel sessions. And panel sessions going to be discussion mode, not in a speech mode. So because tomorrow onwards, 9:30, the sessions will be completed. In such a way, we are planning. And actually, for tomorrow, we have we have collaborated with some American organizations on water and sanitation. But unfortunately, thinking that it is some nuisance call, so I didn't reply to them, and they messaged me, we are keep on calling you, you didn't respond. So we are, so anyway, they may join us tomorrow or not, that's a secondary thing. But tomorrow we have some excellent speakers, keynote speakers and chief guests. And we are also inviting some eminent panel speakers. And tomorrow onwards, we are giving some importance to panel session, because we mainly focus on discussions, not one-side speeches, but discussions we are giving priority. So we'll see some better outputs from tomorrow onwards. And I wish Professor Dr. Vijay Caroline ma'am to give some concluding remarks so that we can wind up this program. Caroline ma'am, over to you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Really great appreciation. I would like to appreciate each and every eminent chief guest, then keynote speakers, chief guest speakers, keynote speakers, and panel discussion speakers. Really, everyone are doing the commendable job. Each and everyone presented in a great, adorable way, because they've taken a lot of patience and they have done a great research and presented their presentation. It's not like that simply coming and giving 4 or 5 lines of their speech and not moving. So I really appreciate all the eminent speakers who gathered here on the Zoom platform. My kudos to you, and thank you very much for being with us, being the part of World Peace Summit and making this summit a great success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being the backbone of this entire World Peace Summit. You are doing commendable job, ma'am, with your support and with your presence and with your motivation and encouragement. So, with this note, I'm concluding this program. We all meet tomorrow. Wish you all the best and good night. Thank you.
Recording stopped.